going to broadcast this on YouTube Live.
Recording in progress.
/meetings. I'll entertain a motion for the approval of the agenda.
Mayor, I can make that approval of the agenda for our workshop, July 28, 2021.
I'll second.
Thank you. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we'll hear from Kevin Lewis, 2021 Ironman.
How we doing, guys? It's good to be here. Fun group to be with. And Jeremy knows I just got back from a little trip to the East Coast. My brother's in New Hampshire, and we got a little place on a lake back there, and I spent 7 days pretty much on the lake.
Wow.
It was a great trip. So I'm trying to ease my way back into this. So forgive me if I stumble a little bit, but we've got a little presentation. We want to talk Ironman again. World Championships coming up in less than 8 weeks now, I think. It's coming close, and just thought it would be a good idea to kind of talk through some of the details that are coming, especially as they impact Washington City specifically. And so we'll just roll through the slide presentation here. Let's go to the next slide. You guys know this is a big event. That slide comes up. Sure, how to control that. See, he should be doing it for me.
I can see things move.
There it is. Yeah. So when this was in Nice, France in 2019, it was the last time they had a world championship because of the pandemic, but they had 110 different countries and 5,700 athletes, about 15,000 family and friends. So the economic impact of that is huge. Now we've been kind of planning on that, and the thing's been, the interest has been growing over the years and everything, but this whole pandemic situation has thrown a lot of wrinkles into this. Honestly, this last little wave here has got people kind of nervous again. And over the last couple of weeks, I've been hearing some, telltale signs. I mean, the international travel is restricted again. I think even Canada borders are right now locked down until August 21st, which really puts, a strain on those people trying to decide whether they travel or not. So those are past numbers, and we're hoping that we have something similar to that. But with the way things go, I just, it's going to be a big event. I just want to kind of give you the heads up that we are seeing some signs that maybe it won't be quite as big as we had hoped for. But we'll continue to push forward on it. The next slide just shows you a little bit. We have. Well, this was in Nice at the swim start. You can see the people that roll out for this thing. It's very popular and fun place to be. Next slide. With this event, as a world championship, it's got support all over the state. Governor Cox is all over this. The Utah Sports Commission, huge sponsors of the event. They're the presenting sponsor of the event. And so we've got great support. And we certainly got good support here as well. Next up is a video that I'll just show you that we've prepared with our theme for the event, which is the land of endurance, rise to it. So let's watch that.
There is a call, whispered on the wind. Echoing from the canyons of the storied American Southwest. Over forest, mountain, and desert. To the four corners of the earth. Come to the land of endurance. In what will be the first Ironman World Championship since 2019, 7,000 of the world's best triathletes will claim their place. On a course 2 billion years in the making. It is the largest, most globally recognized sporting event to ever happen in this area. It will bring world-class athletes from 110 countries in all 50 states. It will infuse $25 million into the local economy. In a land sculpted by persistence and determination, the breath of the desert is beckoning. Prepare yourself, your heart, your friends, and your community for a display of human performance measured in geologic scale. The Ironman 70.3 World Championship. Here in the land of endurance.
So there's our theme, land of endurance. And that's, this event speaks so well to what this community is made of, the heart and soul of the people that established this area and fought through the hard things to get where we are. And so we're just celebrating that through this. The event's held week of September 13th, which is actually the same week as the Dixie Roundup Rodeo. We're using that to celebrate the Western heritage, and you'll see some of the things that are going on there. And we hope that Washington City can jump into that as well. You have a big part in this event, and we'll go through the course here. But what I hope to do as we go through this is certainly open for discussion. Don't let me sit here and talk. If you want to talk about thoughts that you've had or things along the way, I'll just kind of walk you through some of the things that are going on. The swim start will be Sand Hollow again as normal. We changed the Sand Hollow course slightly in the May event, and it worked out really well from a spectator aspect, putting the start and the finish right there on the main ramp at Sand Hollow, so everybody can gather and see the athletes go out and come back in. So that's how that'll be set up. Just, really, really good spectator opportunities there. Although there are some logistics in getting out there, and I'll talk about those in a bit. Hi, Roger. Good to see you. Next up is the bike course, and if you start out there at Sand Hollow, they take off from the swim and go out towards the new parkway, Southern Parkway SR7, and they'll head towards Hurricane. And I should have brought a pointer so I could go around that, but you can see it goes around the lake to Hurricane. There's a little out and back stretch on 3000 South there to 1100 West where the bikers will go out to that, turn around and come back to SR7 and then head towards SR9. They make a left-hand turn onto SR9, follow that all the way to Telegraph Street in Washington. And that's where it turns into Washington City, is at Telegraph. There you go. And then right down Telegraph to Washington Parkway, where it turns right, goes up over the Parkway, and then goes up to Buena Vista Boulevard, where now they make a left-hand turn there and come down Buena Vista Boulevard and onto Main Street and come right down into the heart of the city and turn around right here, just outside I guess it's right there. Right before Telegraph Street would be the big loop there. And so what we're hoping with that is that the city can create some kind of an activation there. You've done the pancake breakfast in the past at the events. If we do something like that here at the park and get people to come to town, and if you want to throw in some other activities and celebrations, whether that's Pioneer Heritage activities like the 24th stuff, or Ironman related, swim, bike, and run in the park, or whatever. Just have some fun for the community, and that'll be a great place for everybody to come and spectate there. Then they flip around and go right back up Main Street onto Buena Vista Boulevard again, and go back, yeah, and then turn left off of Buena Vista Boulevard onto the Parkway, that new section of Parkway, which is stunning, beautiful place for a course to be. We got some pictures from that on the May race, and it's just gorgeous. So up the Parkway to Green Spring, and then they come down Green Spring Drive, turn right there at exit 11 onto Red Hills Parkway again. And then that takes them over into St. George City, where they go up over the Parkway and down to Snow Canyon Parkway. They'll cross Bluff Street there and onto Snow Canyon Parkway, head up towards Snow Canyon, and then they take the right-hand turn and go right up through Snow Canyon State Park. This is kind of the signature climb of the course. This has probably been photographed more than any spot in an Ironman event, I think, is that Snow Canyon course. It's just so spectacular visually. But then they turn and they come down SR18. And I had Lisa Norden, who won the silver medal in the Olympics several years ago. She was in that race. I don't know if you heard, but she there was a photo finish at the Olympics and she tied for the gold, but was just kind enough to say, let the other gal take it. They couldn't figure out how to sort it out because they both crossed the line at the same time. So she was a silver medalist in the Olympics. But she came and did our race a while back, and she did a training ride out there and went up Snow Canyon and came back down. And then we did some interviews, and I asked her what she thought of the course, and she said, well, I experienced 2 firsts on this course. I went slower on a bike than I've ever gone before in my life up Snow Canyon. And I went faster on a bike than I've ever gone before down SR18. So that's the beauty of this course, is you have the highs and the lows, and it ends up being a really fun ride for them.
She ever do the gun lock one?
I don't think she's did the Gunlock Loop. Yeah, the wall up there.
Snow
Anyway.
Canyon's worse. Snow Canyon's worse
Is it really?
because
It's longer?
because it's longer, because it's 4 miles from the gate to gate, and the Gunlock one's like not even a half a mile, but it's steeper.
Up that one section, but that 4 miles, especially when you get to the top of that, right, Craig? Anyway, and beautiful, spectacular ride. Then they come down into town, head onto Bluff Street, diagonal, and right into Town Square for the finish, or for the bike finish and the transition. And then if we go to the next slide, excuse me, the run is a little bit different with the World Championship. Instead of a one-time out and back, this is now a 2-loop course, which makes it much more spectator friendly. It also makes it a little more logistically challenging. But they'll leave Town Square, head up Main Street, and then turn left onto Diagonal and go up Diagonal to Bluff, then up Bluff Street to Red Hills Parkway, where they turn right and go up the Parkway. This again is another really challenging section, going up that section right there. You come down Red Hills Parkway and actually keep going, and they'll go to not quite to 900 East on the Parkway, turn around on the trail right there and come back on the trail system to Skyline Drive, where they turn and go down Skyline, that steep little stretch of Skyline. That's going to be a quad buster coming down that. And then they'll head down Main Street to the roundabout where the big MDOT is right now, turn around and go back and do that again. So a 2-loop run course, and they go down that steep stretch twice. But spectator friendly, imagine we'll see people just lining that whole Main Street up to Skyline Drive, and on the top of the bluff there will be just a great spectator, opportunity as they're racing through that. Then the finish, of course, at Town Square. Next slide. This, I'll go through this really quickly, but the footprint at Town Square, if you've been down to the race before, footprint's a little bit bigger down there. The transition area, instead of being in the school district parking lot where it normally is now on Tabernacle Street. So that street gets shut down completely, and all the bikes get lined up on Tabernacle. The school district parking lot gets used for other Ironman Village operations, registration, merchandise tent, all of that kind of stuff, all the way through Town Square to Main Street will be all Ironman Village. That's where the hub of the action is. Then you can see bike tech and athlete post-race things, VIP and all of that there. But just a quick look at that to show the size of that. And then if you flip the next slide, you'll see the impacts in St. George are pretty significant. We start really on Monday shutting streets down in St. George. So right there at the Zions Bank entrance on Main Street, up where the number 6 is. Number 5 is on Tabernacle Street on the east side. Main Street's blocked off at First South, and then all of Tabernacle all the way to 300 West. And that's pretty much the week long. So downtown St. George turns into a walking downtown area. And we're hoping that really turns into be a fun thing because there'll be so many people down there that just walk into those businesses and everything, but with all the action going on. But it makes it logistically kind of interesting for St. George to handle that. Next slide. Take a look at. See what we have next there. There we go. So this is just a kind of an overview of the schedule. So the street closures start on the 13th. The village opens on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, that school district parking lot's closed. We have a 5K fun run that goes through downtown St. George. a parade of nations where you just think Olympics, everybody brings their flags out, represents their country, goes right around town square, and they'll end up right there in that big parade field in town square for a lot of fun there. And then the welcome banquet for the athletes at 6 p.m. at the Dixie Center. Thursday morning, we have the fun run for the Iron Kids. Any kid that wants to sign up for that, I think it's 8 to 11, I think, ages. I'm sorry, younger than that. It's up to age 11, I think, can participate in that. And then, of course, that night we start the rodeo. So just to keep things spiced up, we'll have all this going on. We'll have a rodeo downtown too. And then Friday is race day. And that's the real difference on this event is 2 days of racing. The women race on Friday and the men on Saturday. So things start closing down in Hurricane about 4:30 in the morning there. Washington, it's really from 8 to noon where the streets will be closed. And again, you saw the route. It's a lot in Washington, which I can't express appreciation enough for helping us do that. But I think it really will be exciting for the community because you're in the heart of it. You're going to see that bike event, all the residents. So as long as we can keep people moving around where they need to, we should be okay. And we'll talk about how we're trying to notify that too. St. George is closed really, St. George Santa Clara Ivans 8:30 to 5 p.m. And then we have the Dixie Roundup again. So the parade for the Dixie Roundup is going to happen. The parade route's going to be a little bit different.
It better be a little different.
Yeah. So it'll start at DSU and go towards the Sun Bowl to finish off there. So they'll go down Tabernacle that way instead this year. And then the roundup that night and the banquet of champions at the Dixie Center again. And then we're having a big volunteer party and celebration at Legacy Park on Monday night. So we hope that everybody will come out and participate in that. We've got the Rock Bottom Boys. They were at the fair this year. I heard them and they were fantastic. They're a lot of fun. Good little mix. They've got that sort of hillbilly cowboy rock kind of blend of humor and entertainment. So they'll be good. Let's see, next slide. Keep going deeper in here. So to help navigate around, especially in the St. George area where all that congestion is, we're creating some park and ride shuttle systems using St. George Shuttle, where they'll pick people up at these locations and take them into town square and back and forth. So that athletes and spectators can get around into town without having to drive downtown and get there. So that'll be going on throughout the race week. And then there'll also be shuttles that take them from these locations and eventually get them out to the swim start. If you want to get out to the swim start, the only way to spectate that is by a shuttle. You can't drive out there this year for the World Championship. We had just too much congestion right there. There's only one way in and out of Sand Hollow State Park. And so we're going to shuttle that all in. So next slide. This is the drop-off point in downtown St. George. So there's an LDS church right on Main Street and just past 100 South there. And we've coordinated with the church to use that property as sort of Grand Central Station, if you will. That's where all the shuttles will be coming in and out of. And it'll just strictly be a drop-off area for people to get to town square from. So that works out pretty conveniently for us there. Next up. This is some overflow parking areas. So we've talked to all these different folks, the lot across from Templeview RV, Templeview, the movie theater there on Main Street, the old Kmart lot, of course at the Ironman Village around that area and the parking garage there. And then right by Metcalf Mortuary, there's another area there. And so those will be all signed and marked and we'll notify people that those are areas where they can park and get into town there that way too. Next slide. St. George City has been really helpful in working with us on an active transportation plan. And so we're going to mark the streets where you see all those MDOTs. So Main Street from Town Square to really Bluff Street. We'll have this, they're going to start work on that this week, resurfacing and repainting that to create a bike pedestrian lane. And then inside of that will be this MDOT to just signify this is how you get from here to here, because there'll be a lot of traffic on that. And then these, what do they call them? Sharrows? What are those signs on the top right-hand corner there? Anyway, those attached to the roadway and will go along these areas that are marked to help just people know how to get down into town square or whatever. A lot of walking and bicycle traffic downtown. I think you'll see that. Next slide. So this is where we need your help. This is probably already on the agenda, but if we can push away any other conflicting events in these areas, that would be really helpful that week, just to make sure that we're not, if you hear of anybody planning a big wedding reception, let them know that there's going to be hard to get around and things like that. Just anything like that where we can communicate.
No rodeos.
No rodeos, yeah, exactly. It's like, what are we doing here? But yeah. Anyway, that's what we're hoping to just, again, message as much as possible that this is going to be a tough week to get around, just because of the big event. Next slide. So a couple of things that are going on. I call these opportunities. So Washington County a month or so ago made a proclamation designating this as Ironman Volunteer Week. So September 13th through 20th. And we're kind of hoping that the other cities will take up on that, maybe do the same thing, create some sort of a resolution or something that just notifies your citizens that, hey, we're part of this and we want you to be involved in it, and we support and we're excited about it. So if that can work into your schedule to do something like that, we'd appreciate that kind of notification and support. Obviously, the school district has already chosen to close school on that Friday, which gives us access to the buses and their parking lot and all the other things that need to happen. The kids are free, that they can volunteer and be a part of it. We're hoping that businesses around the area might choose to make Friday the 17th a volunteer day and just do some community or some what do you call it? Team building is what the word I'm getting for. Get your employees down there involved in the event that day or during that week, if there's an opportunity to do that, and use this as a team building event and something where you can give back to the community a little bit. It will get people off the roads and get them involved in the event. And as they're involved in the event, you guys know when you participate in it, how much more it means to you. I've been involved in a lot of different volunteer opportunities. One of the first ones that happened to me here was the St. George Marathon. When our ward went up there the first year I moved down here, I was on mile 5 of the marathon at 4:30 in the morning, and it changed my heart about this area. I got to know people, and I saw the people involved and active, and it just was such a great experience for me. And so I hope that people will do that. We'll celebrate, like I said, the Western Heritage. The theme of all of the awards banquet, the welcome banquet, and all of that will play off of this Western heritage. So anything you want to do to kind of contribute that way, and if your activation has that element to it, then that'll fit right in with the theme of everything that's going on. For those downtown businesses or anybody that might be impacted in the race areas here, make your business walkable and inviting. We've got an Ironman Local, they call it I'm Local program, where businesses can get just sign up on a website if you want to create any kind of an offer or something for athletes or whatever. You can be part of the program, and it doesn't, whatever it is, buy one get one free or a 5% off or whatever you want to do. There's no charge to it or whatever. Then you get a poster in your window with this I am local. It says you're part of the event. The athletes will have that information and a QR code that they can scan to see all of the offers that are there. I'd encourage businesses to be, maybe become ambassadors, get on your social media and start talking about the event, you play a role in it as you communicate more. Then the people that are coming will use the hashtags and all of that. They'll start following your business. So those are ideas that you can use. Consider opening on Sundays for those service hospitality businesses, because there will be people in town looking for things to do, places to eat, all those kinds of things. And then just invite your customers to be a part of the bigger celebration. Give them a reason to appreciate what's happening in the area and do something special pre or post. I saw, this was even after the May event, I went into what was it, the sushi place downtown, and they had a sushi roll called the Ironman roll. Benja's, that's where it was, and they just named a roll the Ironman roll. So little things like that, the thing that we have to watch out for is you don't want to compete with Ironman and what's called ambush marketing, and that's contractually we have to prohibit that. So don't sell Ironman merchandise, don't create Ironman t-shirts and things like that. But do things that are local. That's what the people are going to be looking for. They're looking for the local crafts and the St. George, Washington, Greater Zion, whatever kind of paraphernalia. That's what they'll be looking for. So next slide. I kind of went through some of these already, the social media, the hashtags, the websites, get your Google listings up to speed and things like that. And then all of this information that we've been talking about, these ideas and everything are all listed and put on our website, which is ironman.greaterzion.com. And on that site, you can find out all of the information about the event will be there. But we're also doing some printed literature. We're going to do a publication, and it's almost done. I think it goes to the printer at the end of the week, but it'll have anything Ironman you want to know will be in this publication. We'd love to get those distributed at the city offices. Maybe you can promote that through newsletters and things like that. Come pick up your Ironman guide if you're interested in knowing what's going on. It'll have all the facts, the traffic impacts, the business suggestions, spectator locations, anything that you want to know about the event will be in that publication. It will also be available on our website as well. And so maybe another good idea for the city would be to put just a button on the city website that just says, for information about the Ironman World Championship, click to greaterzion.com, because all of that information will be on there too. If you go to the next
Kevin,
slide.
can I just jump in?
Yeah, please.
Steve, did you hear that? Is that something we might be able to do from our homepage?
Yeah, it's technically possible. Just has to go through all the, has to meet our requirements of not advertising private business, but I think it does for sure.
Great.
Yeah, it's just a simple button that says Ironman World Championship information or something like that, and then link it off would be good.
And then Steve also referenced that the magazine that Kevin's going to make available for us.
Did he say it was available on their website?
It will be. The information in the magazine will all be on the website as well, but we'll bring some of these over to the office so that you can have a supply here to distribute as well. Yeah.
Got it. Thanks.
Volunteers, spread the word about volunteers, get the word out there. And again, if you go to the ironman.greaterzion.com website, there'll be information about volunteers that link you right to the Ironman page. I think the Ironman volunteer website is a really good website to actually complete the information you need to do to be a volunteer. But sometimes it can be a little daunting. You log on there and there's 400 positions and I'm not sure what I should do, right? Our website will have a little more explanation about maybe how to, what you could sign up for or whatever, and how to be involved in that. Next slide. Let's see what else I've got. Yeah, that's just what the website looks like. So let's go to the next one. I've got a couple more pieces I want to go over here. I think they're on the slideshow. Yeah. So one more slide down. So on this ironman.greaterzion.com site, there will be a link to the course map, and specific to Washington City. If you go to the next slide, you'll see highlighted areas. And I just took some screenshots of these. See if we get to the next one. It's coming. There it is. So whoops, there you go. So if you click on this green area here all along Telegraph Street, that's all of the residents and neighborhoods and everybody that's impacted by that. Click on that section, and on the left-hand side there, you can see instructions for how to navigate out of those areas. And so every neighborhood has its own specific instructions for, this is how I get around on race day. And we've got that for the whole course, what time things are closed by, which streets to go to, how it's going to be detoured and all of that.
Hey, Kevin, could you go back to the previous slide that shows the route through Washington? I just want to clarify one thing. Steve,
Yeah.
could you go back to that, please?
go back to that.
I just want to make
One
sure that
more.
that
There
is
you
the
go.
right slide that comes down into Main Street.
So this is not the right one. This is off the North American Championship slide, but the one on the website will be.
Okay.
Thank you for that. I'm glad you pulled that off. I just took some screenshots of these. For what we did, we tried this for the North American Championship in May, and we're building it out specifically for the World Championship as well. With
Evan,
that,
so are there areas where people will not be able to get to?
there is a way to get just about anywhere. Yeah, some of it means, a bit of a detour around. Certain neighborhoods will have to go down to certain entrances and exits, and then they'll have traffic control there where they can get in and out. Just, we encourage people to look at those neighborhoods for sure and determine, well, maybe it's just not worth going to those hours. Let me plan my schedule differently.
Right. I mean, that would be
because-
obviously the best, but if there's a way for everybody to at least get there, I mean, even if it's circuitous to.
Yeah, I think the trick is there may, if just preparing them for the wait times that they might have to, if they're on an intersection that crosses the route, then they have to wait until there's a gap to get out. And
Obviously, emergency services will have priority, and you plan
Absolutely.
that, I'm sure,
yeah,
in the event that there's an emergency of some sort.
absolutely. And all along the course, there is a designated emergency route for the whole course so that they can get vehicles in and out of that. And then, of course, the communication system that they've set up, they're connected with all of the ambulance services and everything else. And we'll have people positioned in the right places where if something happens, they can get around and navigate it. But like you said, in an emergency situation, then the priority becomes the emergency, right? And so they'll take care of that. Yeah. In addition to the map, we'll have, I've got printed notifications. These are electronic as well, but these will be mailed to those each of those specific areas. So every neighborhood that's impacted by the course will get a mailer saying event notification. Here's how to get around on race day. And then we'll have those electronically. They can download them as well on the website. So, but if there's
Sorry, Kevin, is there a number on there that says where to call for information?
yeah.
Because what we don't want is them to call the city because we don't know the information.
Sure. Yeah, in fact, it has our phone number on the Greater Zion offices. We'll have somebody manning that race week, and then the website as well. So just
Great,
double
thank you.
checking all of that. Yeah. And then so then again, if there's potential to get this information communicated in any city communications between now and then, that we'd appreciate that going out from the city as well. That here's the information to navigate and get around the event. And we can get you all of those documents if you just let me know where to send that information in electronic form. I can get those to you. A couple other things that I've just got, some other documentation. And again, all of this will be available on the website, but if you want any of it here in the city, critical business facts and adaptations, some of that information. There is an Ironman savings guide that will be put in. You've seen the Huntsman Senior Games booklets. It'll be similar to that. It'll go in the athlete bags. That's an advertised. We just work with an event, or the guy who does the Huntsman book will do this one, and there's a charge for it. I think it's $5.95 to be in that. If you know of businesses that might want to be in that and be in the athlete bags, they can do that. And then these flyers for volunteers, we're definitely going to need our share of volunteers with 2 days worth of work. And Colby Nielsen, our friendly Pineview High School coach, teacher, whatever, neighbor, he's been the volunteer director from day one of this event. I don't know how Colby survives it. He has a personality. You guys know Colby, he just has that low key personality that can do it. I couldn't do it. I couldn't. I'm too high strung for that, but Colby pulls it off. So I heard
Mountain Dew.
a lot of Mountain Dew. Is that what it is? I heard Diana, the World Championship vice president, she said that's the most important position of the event, is that volunteer director. And so anyway, that's kind of what we have set up. A couple more slides. I just want to talk about that possible activation with Washington City downtown. we're with this booklet. If any details that I have to put, I'd like to put in the booklet. How do you like that photo?
That's a good picture.
I'm not sure where I found that one, but I don't know how old that is, but if you have any details for what the city's going to do, I actually go to print on Friday with this publication. Right now, I think we've just got it listed as a pancake breakfast, but who would I talk to get those details?
So Kevin, we can follow up with you on that, but I just wanted to mention as far as the activities in Washington, we've been working with Burke Staley and Susie and myself and the committee on trying to really make a strong representation from the youth in our city, lining the course with flags and with shirts representing each one of the countries that's represented here, and learn their national anthem and sing it and try to just be involved. Burke Staley's kind of heading that up.
That's so cool.
And we're excited about that. And what we were thinking is lining Main Street. And I'm kind of putting it out there so the citizens that are listening will know also, is that we would line Main Street with those individuals, those kids, to be able to make a very strong showing for our city's support.
You imagine when those bikes come down under that bridge on Main Street and all of a sudden there's, 1,000 kids lining the street with flags, and I mean, it's going to be, yeah, it will make this event. And I can share with you this. I know that, they talk about the landscapes and everything that we have here and all of that. The athletes aren't paying attention to that when they're racing. What they do notice are the people. They know the volunteers, they see the behind the scenes support and all of that. That's what they recognize. They might stay afterward and enjoy the land and everything else. But on race day, it's all about the people that are supporting them. And so, yeah, I just think Washington City's got such an opportunity here to be such a key player in this event and to really put on a showcase here. So thank you, Kurt, for the drive that you've gotten doing that and helping.
It's my pleasure. And then just the only other thing I'd mention is we're just going to make very sure that our citizens are aware, and that so their lives are minimally impacted, because we want them to support this going forward too. And I really appreciate the information you brought forward for our citizens to know how to get around, how to navigate. And that was an important part of the event too. So I appreciate that a lot.
Yeah, hopefully we can spread the word. It just seems like, you do everything you can and hope you don't miss something, right? But yeah, we're making a big effort to do everything we can this time. And I think the good news is this will pay us benefits down the road. As we build up for something this big, then we'll have it in place for the rest of future events too. So any other questions or anything support? Who should I send information to?
So work with Rusty and she can pass that out. But Tess from our events coordination is working on the event. They can get you the information. Then she can pass it along to our PR people as well. So
okay,
that'd be good if she'll be the contact.
Yeah, fantastic. Thanks, Rusty. Yeah. Okay.
Thanks, Kevin. Good
Thank
to
you
see
all. Appreciate you.
Okay, we'll have a discussion review of our spin scooter proposal. Rusty.
Good evening, Councilman and Mayor. It's nice to be here in person. This is for a discussion and review. We've been approached by Spin Scooter, and we actually have a representative on the line. Is Alex April on the line?
Hi there. Yeah, Alex is here, as well as Otto, our operations manager.
Okay, and Alex, can you remind me? Otto is here locally, right?
Otto is based out of Salt Lake City, but we do have a local team based out of St. George.
Okay, thank you. So we've met with, initially we met with Spin Scooters city staff, and then we had them come to a city staff meeting just to get feedback from all of the department heads on how this may impact the city. We got a lot of good feedback. The good news is that Spin is willing to work with the city. If we accept their proposal to come to the city, they're willing to work with the city on geofencing certain areas, on putting speeds, reducing the speed for scooters in place. And I'll let Alex, because she can probably represent the project better than me. So I'll let her give a short presentation, and then she's available for any questions that you may have. I will say that we have been approached by another scooter vendor as well that is also interested in the area. Just had an initial conversation with them this week. And one thing that city staff did recommend is that just for continuity as far as travel, same thing goes with infrastructure, fiber. We kind of consider this transportation one of those things. You won't get on one scooter and then have to get on another scooter to go to the next city. So as we're looking at building out some of these relationships with vendors or with infrastructure, we want to coincide the contracting with St. George City so that when the contracts come up, they come up at the same time, and then we can decide together. We do have the option to offer multiple services within the city. It's just that's all for consideration. So Alex, go ahead and give a brief overview, and then we can open up for discussion.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And sorry I had to join virtually today, but so just a little bit of background on Spin and who we are. So we were founded in 2016, acquired by Ford Motor Company in 2018. So we're really the kind of micromobility and new mobility arm of Ford. And we're in over 80 jurisdictions and universities worldwide. And, just because of the values of the company is that we don't launch without permission. We want to work alongside cities to ensure that we have long-term programs that will last. So in the St. George region, we won a 5-year exclusive with the city of St. George last year and launched scooters in September of last year. And so we're proposing to extend this service. We've been working really closely with Sean Guzman and Mark Mortensen over at St. George, have a really great working relationship with them. But their vision was expanding in the St. George region area, as well as, Otto from our operations team can speak a little bit to this as well. But we've had a lot of folks who are opening the app within Washington, giving us that indication that ridership is there. So we're looking to bring a cap of 300 scooters. That doesn't necessarily mean that we would bring 300, day one, maybe not ever, but we would plan on deploying between 150 to 200 scooters daily, but want that extra room in case we see an influx of scooters coming in from St. George. I know with Ironman coming up, big events, that sort of thing, do just want that wiggle room. And so, as Rusty mentioned, of just having continuity with the city of St. George, keeping the 24-hour operations and pricing would be the same across the entire region. And I think something just of emphasis here is that we are using in-house W-2 employees, so Otto's team on the ground. So we have a warehouse in the area. We're only using company vans, and these vehicles are only charged at the warehouse, and so no vehicles are going to be charged in personal residences, and all rebalancing is going to be done at the warehouse. So, as Rusty mentioned, if we are approved to operate in Washington, definitely want to work with all of you as well as if there's other stakeholders to make sure that we are geofencing areas as maybe no ride zones, no park zones, or expanding service and putting extra deployment on certain areas, but also working with businesses downtown to ensure that we're not impeding any public right of way for folks as well. So happy to take questions. Let me know if there's anything I'm missing, Rusty.
I'll just add that we did put this on the work meeting agenda because Spin is hoping to be here in time for the Ironman to help with transportation with that. So that's kind of why the timing and it's a good thing Kevin presented first. So that's what they had in mind.
I just make one comment while you're thinking of your questions. I did talk with Mark Mortensen. I spoke with him a couple of times in St. George, and they've been very happy specifically with Spin and the type of partnership that they've had with them. And they've been very responsive. If there's an issue, St. George can call someone at Spin and they get that issue taken care of immediately. So as far as that's concerned, they get pretty glowing marks from St. George City. And I would really agree with Rusty on this. It's a tough one to have, if St. George City has given a 5-year exclusive to Spin, to have a different company so that we're, our boundary in St. George is known only to a select few people, right, that have the map. So it's kind of tough.
It's pretty north and south, right?
Yeah, it's exactly straight north and south. So yeah, but anyway, we do have people who are asking for the service, and it's just a question of whether the city is interested in in bringing that service on. Anyway,
So my question is on the service. I know on the bike one that we worked on, didn't the city get a little bit of the
Revenue.
we
revenue?
we leased space. We
Yeah.
leased a place for them to.
So on these, do
actually
we get
keep
any
the
revenue,
bikes.
or is it all just a spin and it's a service we're providing to our
I
residents?
believe it's a service. Yeah, I don't believe there's any sort of revenue component included at this point.
Can we just verify that? I'm just trying to think back to active transportation when Mark Mortensen has come and spoken to that committee before, and I just can't remember for sure. There's a part of me that thinks that there was a compensation component to at least a prior contract. So I would just want to know if that's the case with our neighbors, that would be the same case here with us.
I think I heard that as well. So I'll look into that to get the details. I do know that the new contract did not include that, but they did negotiate some rates with Spin for lower income rates. I know that the university has a separate contract, and the university negotiated a rate for like a student rate.
Right.
So they do have programs like that available.
And it seems like that when COVID hit, that maybe the Spin usage had kind of stopped, and then they kind of reintroduced it. So maybe some of the details changed when they came back. And certainly it's a great service to the community. And I love that your thoughts as you're talking about how people don't distinguish between one city to another on things like this. We do have to think regionally, but certainly if there are any benefits to the contract that our neighbors are getting, we would want to have those as well.
Sure.
Rusty, is there any permanent charging locations within the city, or is it all they pick them up and charge them and relocate them, or
They do have some hubs. That's probably best answered by Alex of where those are located. Do you have that information, Alex?
I do, and I'm going to pass it to Otto a little bit as well here. But we do have, different locations. Many of these along Telegraph Street, downtown, and we came up with about 12.5 or so kind of deployment points. These are initial, and these are really based off of where we've seen app opens. So meaning that someone opened the Spin app, then was unable to take a ride, just because there weren't any scooters in Washington. But that said, we have these agreed upon deployment points. We work alongside cities. I know, for example, in St. George, we had a couple of deployment points that we switched around just based off of, we actually saw usage wasn't as strong in some areas versus we saw, it increased in other areas. But Otto and I actually chatted about this earlier this week. And typically, after a couple weeks of service, we can kind of get a lay of the land so far of, all right, where are we seeing the app opens? How do we need to change our deployment plan? All of that is to say that, of course, want to make sure that this is something that is agreeable and not going to cause any issues with the city. So happy to work alongside and come to an agreement on that map.
Yeah, and regarding the charging stations, we currently do have 2 in St. George. One is at the campus, and the other one is at the splash pad, which we will actually be taking down during the Ironman event, then putting back up afterwards.
I'll also note that in speaking with Spin, and I think also with this man, might have came from you, Kevin, that St. George City put out an offer to the local hotels if they would like to have Spin scooters available at the hotel, and we're overwhelmed with requests for that. So I think just being a tourist area and having a lot of visitors come to the area, that would be something that may be of interest. And so Spin may be a better location for a charging station and for docking some of those. But the benefit in St. George kind of going first with this is we get all of the data. So they have a lot of data about where the rides are. They can kind of tell who's using them and when the peak hours are. It goes down in the summertime because it's hot. So they reduce their fleet when it's hot. And then I do like that Spin is very responsive as far as having, and that's the feedback that I got from Mark and working with them. They're also working. I snapped a picture, and I apologize for not getting it out, but I can send that out later. They're working on some stencils in the bike lanes for areas where it maybe have tight or narrow walkways, and it's best to dismount, and that's for both bicycles and for scooters. And so they're working on some stencils in St. George, so we can learn from some of the issues that they had there, and just preemptively mitigate those.
So my first look at the scooters years ago was pretty critical. You know, I thought they looked dangerous. I thought, how are we going to manage this? Is it going to create issues with students that are not of age to be riding? And all those questions for me has been answered. But Councilman Staley is our director or our responsibility with the active transportation. I'd like to hear what they've said about them, Councilman, and what their recommendation is.
So yeah, this was actually a really big topic pre-COVID. And then when COVID hit, it kind of fell off. So I'm happy to see that, you know, Ben chairs that committee. I'm happy to see that this is coming back forward. I'm looking at the deployment map here, and I think these are excellent locations, but I see they're all north of the river. We have so many new schools and so much new growth and use that it would be nice at some point, and I'm talking to you, but also talking to Spin, it would be nice that as we get our trail system expanded and we get additional parks south of the river, it would be nice to see that that some of those deployment spots are also for our residents who live down there. We're talking with the Crimson High School and middle school and the intermediate school. And I think we have some work to do to get the trail system up to date and get some other spots, but certainly on the horizon would be good to expand into the rest of the city.
Yeah, and if I may just jump in real quick, the proposed deployment points that we've got so far are based on current app opens. Once if we are able to deploy, we are more than happy to work with you on certain points, and obviously we can change those around at any point. And as we kind of see the change in ridership and where people are opening the app, we would then deploy to those locations.
Could I ask, what is there an effort to try to keep the scooters kind of organized? For example, I drive across St. George 2 times today, and I see 2 scooters here and 3 scooters there. They're on the sidewalk. They're kind of scattered everywhere. Is there an effort to try to keep those organized somewhat, so it doesn't look like my yard when my kids were younger and they all come and throw their bicycle on the front doorstep, kind of a thing? Any ideas or thoughts on that?
Yeah, definitely. As of the last few weeks, our staffing has shifted a bit from during the day to later in the evenings, just due to the heat. But our team is out there on a daily basis, rebalancing and cleaning those scooters up. We also do have a text line number on all of our vehicles where the local resident can text the local number for any scooters that are improperly parked or blocking any sort of entrance. In those particular cases, we dispatch somebody right away. But every day, the team is out there rebalancing and cleaning up.
So do you have guidelines, rules of the road, so to speak, that what users are supposed to do with those? I mean, obviously there might be youngsters that don't pay too much to attention to the guidelines, but
yeah, that's a good question. I'd like to know what your process is to try and educate your customers to try and not do them. It really does look like children are just disposing of them, possibly in the least convenient way possible.
Yeah, so this is Alex here. So I think there's definitely a lot of measures here. And this includes everyone has in-app messaging and education before they take their first ride. I think something that we can implement even more is to have notifications that folks see every time they open their app, or maybe, you know, for example, in Salt Lake City, we have a notification that people see it the first time every day that they open the app. So whether that's, you know, not riding on the sidewalk is a big one in Salt Lake. You know, here it could be making sure that, you know, you're properly parking your scooter and having visuals as well. And I understand, you know, especially with the tourism, you know, making sure that we have that extra emphasis on education. So I think a lot of this is in-app. Otto's team has also done events in partnership with St. George and Dixie State as well, of doing helmet giveaways and increased education at those events on letting people know where you can and can't park. So would be happy to extend that to Washington as well if we're able to be here. But I think, you know, again, the tourism is a big one. And so those events are really great for people who, you know, are riding them consistently. So I think ultimately this really does come to the in-app education, and, you know, happy to be even more aggressive with this and then work with all of you on what messaging should be as well. So both in, what is said, but visuals too. I do, one other thing in our proposal is we have preferred parking spots. So these are areas that users see in the map of where they will receive an incentive towards their next ride if they park at this designated area. So if we start to see issues downtown or particular areas where we're seeing more scooter clutter, then we can create more of these incentives to have people park in particular areas so that then they will be a little bit more parked together, that sort of thing as well. So happy to work with all of you on things and initiatives like that.
So Rusty, can you talk to me a little bit about so St. George has a 5-year exclusive contract. Are we looking at doing an exclusive contract?
So St. George put it out for RFP, and they wanted, my understanding is that they wanted to do an exclusive, and there are some cities that allow multiple. So that's certainly an option where the scooter companies would partner together and to control fleet and everything like that, so that there's options. That's really up to the council of what they would. There's option for either. I would recommend that we not go with a different carrier just for continuity, because we're bordering St. George, and so if you have to get off one scooter and get on another, but we could offer multiple scooter carriers. It's an option.
Well, then my next question is if we're talking about riding these on the trails, we've already started with one scooter company. So we would, and I don't know.
I think it makes sense to stick with one.
Well, but we've already done that. We've already started with one scooter company on our trails.
So the other one is a bike. It's an electric
Are they
bike.
bikes?
Yeah.
There's a difference.
Mhm.
You can't, they're not the same at all.
They're not scooters.
Oh,
That's a fat answer. They're not
yeah.
Yes, bikes are different than scooters.
Well, okay.
Spin also offers, I know that they do this sometimes. St. George has not opted for this, but they do offer, just to keep kind of the little kids off the bike, the scooters. They do offer an in-app requirement that you put like your driver's license in to prove your age, something like that. And I've seen that in other cities. So I think they're flexible. They're willing to work with us. It's just something that we want to consider whether, and I think there'll be some growing pains if you think about it. There'll be some areas with them being here locally and having W-2 employees that's their full-time job, and then using their vehicles to transport and using their warehouse for maintenance and for charging. I think our bonuses, and not all scooter companies offer that. Some use 1099 employees that take them home and charge them. So it's really just evaluate. So I do have the materials from the other scooter company. I just received them today, but we can kind of compare and contrast those as well.
So the way I understand it, there's obviously riders that are younger than 18 or 16. So they would have to have an adult that would create that access for them with a debit card, and basically accepting responsibility for the rider's actions and for their injuries if there were any. Is that correct?
I believe that's how it works in St. George. I think they, Alex, if you could say, what is the minimum or the maximum age, the minimum age, I guess. What is the age range for St. George according to their contract? They didn't.
Yeah. So in our terms of service for Spin, it is 18 and older. And so St. George had asked us, basically, understands that. And so it is 18 officially.
So it's 18, but you can require a driver's license or not. And St. George has opted to not require a driver's license to prove the age. So yes, they would be accepting liability. That's another Mr. Segmiller question, I think.
And as Rusty mentioned, happy to work if we want to have any type of license scan within Washington. We're open to that. That is easy for us to do. And the other thing here is that from time to time we've altered where we have geofences, have added additional no ride zones around golf courses, that sort of thing. And so Otto and his team have been very responsive and been working really closely with Mark to enact a lot of these no ride zones, even within 30 minutes of getting the request as well. So it's very instantaneous once inputted.
You know, I will say that during the review of SPIN during the process, there were many comments made, a lot having to do with not wanting scooters parked on sidewalks and walkways. So I think we can work through those with SPIN, and we could reduce the contract or do a sample. Those are all options. The other thing that was noted in favor of having a service like this is that some folks here are taking an Uber to their job at McDonald's or to their job at, and Uber costs about, $9 or $10 for their ride. And so that's a significant amount of their paycheck. So I know for myself, our family actually bought electric scooters, and that's how my son got to and from work until he was able to save enough money to buy a car. So I think it does help some families with transportation. They will be geofenced, so they're not allowed on school grounds, and certain cemeteries, parks, certain areas, they won't be allowed. And we can also reduce the speed on them with the app.
Can we maybe get a list of requirements that St. George is also already using? It would be nice if our rules weren't tremendously different from what was already done there.
I'll see if I can get a copy of their contract for review. Yeah.
And then, of course, the SPIN company would be open if we identified areas where there needed to be additional geofencing. Then they would, of course, work with us and identifying those areas and restricting them.
Yes.
If something proved to be a problem.
Yes, and Mark Mortensen also mentioned that if they have a special event in town, like the Ironman that maybe requires more scooters, that they've been fairly responsive with things like that. But also if there's an event in town where they don't want the scooters in the way, like a parade or something, then they can shut them down for a period of time or in a certain place or a combination of both.
So for this cap of 300 units, how many team members do you anticipate that you would have to maintain that 300 units?
Yeah, for 300 units, we would have about 2 to 4 dedicated employees to Washington City.
So it sounds like there's enough interest from the council to move forward to the contract phase, and we'll look at see what St. George is doing and try to mimic that as much as possible. Is that
the
instruction for Rusty?
I hope I'm not asking questions that seem negative towards this, but also with St. George and their experience with incidents that the police department might have to address, would be interesting to know what their thoughts and feelings are on that. I mean, maybe not much, maybe none, but I would really be interested. I just envision, youngsters particularly using these, going down the walkway, and then older folks being, maybe some conflict there, but maybe it's not a problem. But I would be very interested if they have any issues that way.
They have had some like that. They have mentioned that. That's why they're doing the stencils for the kind of the pinch points, and they're trying to mitigate that as much as possible, because they have bicycles that are running into folks as well. So when that's one of the major reasons why we put this before city staff and the department heads with our police chief and our fire chief to see how they felt about that. They're not really for it or against it. They're just said, it's something that they would expect that there would be some accidents, and that was just something we would have to monitor. But and this is true with St. George as well, that the overwhelming request from residents to have this form of transportation kind of outweighed some of those risks that you take. So I think that's why SPIN also would really encourage helmet use. They have an in-app where you can also receive a free helmet in the app, and then they'll do some events here when they launch, certainly for the Ironman. If they'll have some booths, and they'll be giving away free helmets there as well.
Any other questions? Thanks, Rusty. And thank you, those of you from SPIN, for taking the time. Looks like we'll move forward on it.
Perfect. Thank you so much also for taking the time. We appreciate it.
Sure.
Yes, thank you.
We'll move on to item 4, open and public meeting training.
Mayor, Council, this is the time set for our open and public meeting training this year. One of the state laws, there's many that the legislature's passed that we have to follow, but this one also includes a mandate for annual training. And so the legislature's indicated that they want it to be talked about and discussed annually in a public meeting. That's the purpose of tonight. I provided materials with the agenda. I want to go through those, and any questions that you might have, I'll be happy to discuss. I say all that and plan all this acknowledging that you've had many years in public service and amongst other boards and bodies, and have probably sat through this numerous times before, but we will comply with the legislature's intent. To start with, the legislature declared that they believe it's the intent of the legislature that all of the public's business be done in a properly noticed public meeting. And so the legislature of Utah has the intent that the public's business be done openly and under a notice system that the public can come to. And so Washington City's tried hard to comply with that. That's how we were convened tonight. One of the interesting details is what is a meeting of a public body. And so first the question is, what's the public body? And that would be the legislative body, or the 5 council members. To be a meeting, there needs to be a quorum of that body, which would be at least 3 of you. A meeting that would be governed by the statute. And then the purpose would need to be related to the public's business of the Washington City Council. And so we could have the 5 council members meet in Las Vegas to attend a concert. And even though it's all 5 of you within the positions that you hold in the council, that would not be a public meeting. We wouldn't need to notice that. To the contrary, all 5 of you could go to a convention regarding public, local government management, and we may need to notice it because of the nature of the positions you hold and the reasons that you're there. And so, the question as to whether the meeting is governed by the act really is who's there and what are they there to do. Any questions about meetings and
We actually had that question come up before, which is regarding the quorum. Is it 3 council members, or is it 2 council members and the mayor?
So quorum is in relation to how many of the positions are filled. So if there's 5 filled council positions, you need to have 3 council members to constitute a quorum.
So that would be 2 council members and a mayor.
Mayor is not,
No, I'm not a voting
not
member,
technically
so
a member of the
You
legislative
are
body.
when there's an absentee or a
tiebreaker.
tie.
Mhm.
In that case, you have the potential of a tie. Anyways, I didn't know that. I've never heard a good answer to that.
Yeah, the good answer is the mayor is not a member of the legislative body unless there's a tie. Yeah, he's the executive member of the legislative body, but not a legislator by election unless there's a need. And so it'd be the 5 council member seats. If there's 3 of those, we've got a quorum. The next question is, what are they there to do? If it's for a Super Bowl party, we don't need to notice it, right? If it's to talk about next year's goals for the city of Washington, we need to get it noticed. One question that comes up often is, what if a couple of us just accidentally meet at the 24th of July races or something of that nature? There is an exception in the law that says if it's not an intentional meetup, if it just happens by nature of just the patterns of human activity, there's an exception for that. And so if you end up meeting up somewhere in the nature of Washington City's business, you don't need to, scurry away. You don't need to worry too much about that if it's just an accidental, non-intentional meetup. There's a number of rules about how the notice is to be given and the time frame it's supposed to be given. At a minimum, we need to give 24-hour notice. The recorder's office is well trained and does a really good job. Essentially, they handle all of our noticing. Many of you have been part of that and been pestered by them to get all of that right. Pestered's not the right word, but they keep up very well with these details
Sometimes
and
it
keep them
is.
in line.
It's okay.
That's also why some of our protocols with agenda items and when that needs to be created, all of that relates back to some of the statutory requirements for notice giving. There is an opportunity for emergency meetings that don't have to be noticed. To do that, though, the body itself has to have a quorum and then have a majority decision to hold an emergency meeting. There's not a lot of daily examples of when emergency meetings are necessary, but there's emergencies and there's times when we may need to get you together to discuss the public business, and we can do it without notice, but you as the body would have to authorize that. Turn into the second page of the materials. We do have, part of the notice meeting is we have to publish and notice an agenda, a written agenda. And there's even statutory provisions about how precise or how vague the agenda can be. Again, the recorder's office largely carries the burden of our agenda making and making sure that it's specific and precise as to what we're going to discuss. You as the legislative body, of course, are the ones that generate the agenda items, and the recorder's office makes sure that they're described in a way that complies with state law. Councilman Bundy?
And I don't know, this is a particularly legal matter, but as far as things that are included on the agenda, you just mentioned that, we might have things put on the agenda, and how does that typically happen right now? I've always understood maybe the mayor is the one that kind of reviews the agenda as it is developed and says yes or no if there's.
Yeah, there's a number of your agenda items that flow through your processes through the departments. I think a lot of those flow through the manager. Plat review, contract review, bids, those type of things generate through your departments under the authority of the managerial roles. But the legislative body has the ability and the authority to also add agenda items and have those on there. Typically, I think those happen amongst yourselves or through the mayor, where you'll reach out to the manager and say, look, we've got approval for this. This is what we'd like. Our city runs, in my experience, where I don't think we spend a lot of time saying this item can't make it on. I think for the most part, we build our agendas, have our discussions, and keep moving forward. But yeah, there is some technicality as to how to get on there if there's folks that don't want you on there. One item that comes up occasionally is, what about the member of the public that shows up with a concern from their neighborhood? Can we discuss that in your public meeting that's properly noticed, but not for that item? And the answer is you can discuss it, but the legislative body can't take action on it. You can't have a motion or pass a resolution on an item that isn't noticed in the meeting notice. So if an item comes up from a member of the public that you allow to speak because there's time, and you think that item needs council action, you would then notice it on the subsequent meeting notice so that you could take action at a regular meeting. It's not real common, but I know at least in our city, we've been pretty open to letting members of the public, comment and talk to us. And so that's fine. We just can't take action on it unless it's properly noticed. The law also requires that minutes and recordings be prepared and retained as records of those meetings. Again, you're all part of the minute approval process. Every regular meeting, you're reviewing and approving minutes from the prior meeting. But the recorder's office also is keeping and storing the recordings of the meetings according to the timelines and all of that. One interesting detail, members of the public are also expressly allowed to record your meetings. So someone could show up with their own video camera. There could be news agencies, recording can happen by other bodies as long as it does not interfere. And that's where we get with Maury. Maury sometimes gets a little into the gray area of interference. Just teasing Maury. But yeah, the council could determine somebody's recording is interfering the conduct of the business and ask them to stop, but otherwise it's lawful, specifically mentioned in the state law that it can be done.
So I have a question for you. So say something gets missed in the written minutes, but it was specifically said, but somehow it got missed. Can they still go back to the video recordings that we do and apply it, or does it have to be in the written to be like a condition? Like say we had a condition, but say it got missed on the written and it got missed through the review. Can we still go back and say, well, we said it in the meeting, here it is on this time. Can we amend the minutes at that point if that's?
Yes, that's happened even since I've been here in March. That's happened once or twice. The minutes, there's kind of a technical standard for what minutes are and aren't supposed to be. The public are usually disappointed when they learn that the minutes aren't meant to be transcripts. They're meant to be summarial. And because of that, there are times when the minutes just don't reflect what the recording contains. And so the recording is to have the accurate total recording of what happened. The minutes mostly are to identify agenda items and the action that was or wasn't taken. And you're exactly right. Sometimes a condition or another detail will be left out of the minutes that was part of the action itself.
Okay, so, but does that have to be amended to put on the minutes, or can we just say, well, we said it in the minutes, here's the video that says it? Or do we have to go amend that?
So
minutes
among
to make it-
staff, we have a process where we review the recording, we review the minutes, and then we require the requesting department head submit a write-up to the recorder that my office reviews, and then says, yes, the minutes should be amended to reflect the request, or no.
Have to come back to the council for formal approval.
Not on the type of issues that Councilman Coates is questioning him. The statute also permits closed meetings. And so not everything has to be public. Again, all of you have had experience with that. To hold a closed meeting, you first have to have a publicly noticed open meeting, and then you have to adjourn by a majority vote of the council to a closed meeting. The statute also dictates what you can or can't discuss in closed meetings. You're all familiar with that, but specifically, no votes are to be taken in a closed meeting except to adjourn the closed session. No ordinances, rules, regulations, contracts, or appointments are to be voted upon in a closed meeting. You're not to interview any candidates for vacancies in a closed meeting. The best way to summarize closed meeting purposes is strategy sessions for information that is sensitive to the point that it shouldn't be publicly known yet. And then you're familiar with the categories that we frequently cite as we go into those closed sessions. The state law is much broader than just city councils. For example, in the last legislative session, they just created the Colorado River Authority of Utah. And the same law that requires that restricts how we have our closed sessions identifies meetings of the Colorado River Authority of Utah as closed, as long as they're talking about a claim to use of the water in the Colorado River. And so some of the legislatures carved out exceptions to these rules. City councils probably have the fewest exceptions, but yeah, it applies to them. If the Colorado River Authority of Utah's meeting to talk about something that isn't water in the Colorado River, then they would also have to comply with the Public Meeting Act as well. The act permits electronic meetings, and again, this council has a good experience and knowledge of that because they performed them during the COVID era. Again, those do have to be noticed, but can be held from electronic or remote locations. Any questions through that point? The act also includes some enforcement and rules about disruption. If there is somebody that's trying to disrupt a meeting, trying to disrupt the public nature of a meeting, the council can remove them for their conduct. There is an enforcement provision. The Attorney General can enforce the provisions of the act. I can't say that I know what they would enforce, or I can write an example that they would try to enforce upon a body, but the legislature put it in there. One element that is in the act that is interesting is an action of this council that is taken out of compliance of the Public Meeting Act, and the language in the statute is voidable by a court. It doesn't mean it's automatically null and void. It means that a court may make it voidable upon a petition from somebody that's requested a review. And so that's really the biggest teeth of the act, which is if you're taking actions without complying with the act, someone could petition a judge to void it. And if the judge finds that the act was intentionally not complied with, the actions can be made void. Also, a public official that knowingly and intentionally violates or assists or advises in the violation of the act can be prosecuted for a Class B misdemeanor. So there you go. You all ran for office. None of you realize that you open yourself up to a little more liability for criminal actions than just your regular citizen. Any questions on the Open and Public Meeting Act?
So you talked about the like the chance gatherings of show up at the races on the 24th of July. Seems like I remember reading, and also in your briefing document, that it's also social gatherings. So I think to the Utah League of Cities and Towns, where we are scheduled to go there, and we're attending seminars and socializing and things, but where we're not doing the public's business, where within the letter and the spirit of the Open and Public Meetings Act.
Correct. Yeah, the purpose of the meeting is really a critical element of this legislature's definition. And I think that the purpose is a really easy place to draw dark lines. If you're up to the league to be trained about how to be an elected official, you're not handling the business of the citizens of Washington City, you can see where there's a difference there.
The line would be crossed if then we're taking action and discussing policy, and we're not doing that in the public's eye.
Correct. And the statute specifically says anything that's within the authority or jurisdictional power of this body that's being discussed, if you're discussing it within the realm of the authority and jurisdiction of the Washington City Council, then it should be properly noticed as a public meeting. Again, you don't get to tell the league how to train, what the laws from the state should be. You're just up there to be trained on the laws. And you can see where that's not something that you decide on a Wednesday or Tuesday night in city council meetings. You're just up there to learn the law.
And therefore does not need to be noticed.
Correct. Now, a lot of cities choose to notice anyway. And there's times when decisions are made, well, we're going to notice it no matter what, because we just don't want to be accused of having done it improperly. And that's okay. You can always notice more than is maybe technically necessary. Any other questions? Councilman Ward?
I was going to ask if we needed to get a definition between the scooter and a bicycle, but maybe we enjoy a
We have
break more
time.
than the answer to that. So
The mayor pro tem position is not mentioned in the Open and Public Meetings Act, so nothing specific to your position right now. Anything else, council manager?
Thank you,
We're
Dan.
trained.
So will we get a certificate sent to the state saying we're trained?
Yeah, the recorder's office will make sure to record that and provide the
Thank you.
agenda, probably the materials. And we anticipate in January, if there's any turnover with the council and elections, we'd have another probably longer, more in-depth training for anybody that's become new, as well as for the planning commissioners that have been appointed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Have a 5-minute break. meeting. We appreciate you folks in the audience coming and those that will be participating tonight. We also are on YouTube, washingtoncity.org/meetings. Any of you that would like to join us within the sound of my voice, you're welcome to, and we would appreciate it. I've asked, Councilman Ward if he will offer our invocation, and Councilman Bundy if he will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Our Father in heaven, we bow our head before thee at this day and ask thee for a blessing upon our city. We pray, we're grateful for the rain that we have received, and pray we may continue to receive rain in moderation to alleviate this drought. We're grateful for the freedoms and for the country that we live in, and for those individuals who work to keep peace and put their lives on the line each day. We pray for them and say this in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Please rise and follow me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate that. I'll move on to item 1, approval of the agenda.
Mayor, if there's no discussion, I motion that we approve the agenda as outlined.
Thank you.
I'll second that, Mayor.
I do have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Announcements. If I may, I have 2 I'd like to make. Over the weekend, we had a couple of events. Saturday, we had a 24th of July Pioneer Day celebration where the city and, excuse me, and the LDS Church and others had an activity at Pioneer Park, or Veterans Park. We had a parade. We had our local Lions Club, as usual, did a wonderful job serving breakfast. Thanks to Tess of Presby of our city for ramrodding a lot of this and getting it organized, and those of the LDS wards that were here. Ed and his chamber, appreciate your help on that. There was a lot to be done, and it was a lot of fun. Monday, kind of dear to my heart, we had a Mayor's Cup golf tournament. We've had it the last 5 years, not with COVID, but the purpose of that tournament is to invite local businesses to come participate, get to know each other. The entry fee is a case of canned goods for each person to come or more. And it's always been very heartwarming to see. This year we raised almost 1,500 pounds of canned goods. That equates a little over 500 families that'll be fed from Utah Food Bank. And I appreciate that. It's been a wonderful event, and we hope to continue it. So just a couple of those announcements. Item 3, declaration of abstentions and conflicts. Any to declare?
Yes, Mayor, if I could, and I would like to stress the potential. Some of these may not amount to anything, but the 4BI, 8B, 6A, and 9B are potential conflicts for myself.
Thank you, Councilman. We will move on to our consent agenda. Item A, to approve the minutes from council meeting 7/14/2021, and then final plats. Approve a final plat for Majestic Fields located at 3090 South Washington Fields Road, applicant Jason Christensen. A final plat for the roads at Stuckey Farms, Phase 3, located at approximately Oxbow and Resolution Drive, applicant Carl Larson. Approve a final plat for the homesteads at Stuckey Farms, Phase 4, located at approximately Homestead Way and Stuckey Farms Parkway, applicant Carl Larson. Approve a final plat for Washington Vista Phase 3B, located at approximately Sunny Ledge Drive to Scenario Street, applicant First Nation Investments LLC, Matt Lowe.
So Mayor, I have one question, just clarification on the final plat for the Majestic Fields subdivision plat. We just want to clarify that we're getting that trail along that north side of that subdivision. it was supposed to, just making sure we can fit it within that 66-foot roadway. If not, then we need a trail easement along those lots 4, 5, 6, 22, and 21. What? Oh, Eldon, Drew's asking me to ask you on this final plat.
Yeah, I'm pulling up the photo right now.
Just, it was part of the condition to make sure the trail was put along that. And I just want to make sure either we have our easements on those lots that accommodates that, or that it fits within the final plat, the 66 feet or whatever with the right. Oh, it says a 60-foot public right of way.
Craig, this is Taylor Ricks representing the applicant, and I can confirm that the construction drawings reflect a 10-foot paved trail along the north property line within that 60-foot right-of-way.
Okay, if it's within the 60-foot, then it's fine.
Any additional questions on other items?
With that, Mayor, if there's no questions, I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Bundy, second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. We'll do a roll call vote.
Bundy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. That is passed. Item 5, lease agreement. Consideration to approve a lease agreement for SUU Head Start located in the old gym. Ben Ray.
Good evening. Glad to be back. So we came before you 2 weeks ago at the work session and reviewed this. We have since worked our staff with the SUU staff and have put together a lease agreement that's been reviewed by legal counsel of both parties. And so we're coming tonight to see if you had any further questions, but to seek your approval of this lease for the upcoming academic year.
Dan, I thought it was an annual year. Is it, I mean, we're just going a full 12 months, or is there a school year?
We're doing it as an academic year, so it'd run from now through the end of May to accommodate this.
Okay, and they're hoping to have the new building done to start the beginning of the next academic year?
That is correct.
Okay.
If not sooner, but we felt like there was enough uncertainty that we should just commit to the entire year.
And really not, and I was out of town for the work session, so just probably it's not necessary to make any adjustments or changes to the space, just using the space within the gym, within the old school area.
That is correct. They'll be using temporary partitions that they will purchase and bring in. They'll bring in all their own equipment. They have expressed that they would like to do some painting and some things that I think would be nice upgrades to the space, but those things will all be done in writing, and we'll make sure that it,
And I'm guessing where this is just kind of a preschool type situation, they'll go out and use the playground equipment in the park and that kind of.
Yes, they would have access to that space. So it's all, you have to be below the federal poverty line to qualify. So it's all low income. So it's a really good service for.
Do you have any idea the anticipated enrollment that they have?
Based on the size of the space, they'll be able to have up to 32 students. So their goal is to.
Okay. So this allows them to get started in the community while their building's being constructed.
That is correct.
Great.
If there's no other discussion, I would move that we approve the lease agreement for the SUU Head Start located in the old gymnasium for the details of the agreement.
Second by Coates.
I do have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Bundy, aye.
Thank you. That is approved. Item 6, easement vacation. Consideration to approve a vacation of a water line easement located in Brio, Phase 4E and 5A, applicant Co-West Homes.
Mike, are you going to take this, or do you want me to read it?
I can take this. This is in the Brio development. It's where our existing water lines came down from our tanks. With the development, they relocated our water lines into the existing roads. So that's where we want to go ahead with the vacation of this easement.
Mike, quick question for you. On the agenda, it says 4E and 5A, in Brio Phase 4E and 5A, but on the briefing document, it's also 5D. Does it include all three of those phases or just the two?
It does, because in the other previous phases, it was actually forgot about that easement need to be abandoned.
So if there's no further discussion, I motion that we approve vacation of a waterline easement located in Brio Phase 4E, 5A, and 5D.
Second by Coates.
You have a motion and a second. Again, a roll call vote.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Bundy, aye.
Thank you. That is approved. Item 7, road dedication. Consideration to approve a roadway dedication for the Countryway Edition. Applicant Bush and Gudzel. Greg Myers.
Mayor, I'll go ahead and take this one. I kind of did it in planning commission. So applicants requesting to approve the road dedication plat for an extension of a already existing public right of way adjoining on the outskirts of the Countryway street. The plat dedication is adding additional right of way in the form of 2 8-foot strips, plus or minus, each side of the existing roadway. This is adjusting the right of way from a 50-foot roadway to a 66-foot. So the Public Works has reviewed this, staff's reviewed this, Planning Commission reviewed it at their meeting last week, and the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the roadway dedication for the Countryway onto you, the City Council. And again, it's just those 2 rectangle, long, narrow pieces that you see there. It's the boldest black lines on all those lines on there that's being added. So again, we're taking a 50-foot road, making it a 66.
Drew, that looks fine. What's the history on it? What's the purpose of the change?
Well, it's just that for some reason it got misaccepted is the best way to put it on the plats, thinking it was just a 50-foot right of way, and come to find out it's a 66-foot right of way. So it's just an error that we're catching up on and getting that dedication for.
So it was missed only in this segment then?
No, this is the second one we've
Oh, is it?
we've
So will there
we've
be
done, because
others
we
to
needed
extend?
it farther down toward the bridge. We did one, it was almost a year ago. And I think we had the same issue up here. I'm not sure all what happened. I'm just kind of helping run everything through to get it, do the house cleaning and get our 66-foot dedicated area. So but that's
Drew,
all it was just an oversight.
So Drew, all the other conditions for this improvement were already conditioned with the original road, right? This is just
Correct.
just an addition. And so the other conditions would still be in effect. This is just, okay.
Oh, I do apologize. I know what it was because we took the road before we did the subdivisions themselves is what it was. So that we could get that roadway dedicated to us a long while back after the bridge came and to be able to get that and run across that property. And so at that time it was only given it a 50, but all the platting has showed 66. And so we found that we're making up the 8-foot. I'm sure glad my mind continues to think about history on that. So that's
what you dream about.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no other discussion, is it?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'll make a motion. We approve the roadway dedication for Countryway Edition.
Bundy, second.
I do have a motion and a second. Again, roll call vote.
Bundy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
Thank you. That is approved. Item 8, preliminary plats. Consideration to approve a preliminary plat for Franklin Fields located at approximately 500 West, 3090 South, applicant Megs Limited.
Thanks, Mayor. The applicant is proposing 69 lots on an area covering 24.659 acres. The zoning designation at this particular location is R110, and the surrounding zoning is planned unit development to the north, R115 to the east, St. George City property to the west, and unincorporated county property to the south. The proposed subdivision conforms to the approved zoning and meets the subdivision requirements and other city ordinances as it relates to this location. Staff has reviewed the request and recommends approval with conditions of the preliminary plat as outlined. The Planning Commission reviewed this request on July 7th, 2021, and unanimously recommended approval of the preliminary plat for the Franklin Field subdivision based on the following findings and subject to the following conditions.
Hey, Eldon, I have a question here if you're done with your report.
Yeah, go ahead.
So we're on this particular location, we're on 3090 South and going north, but not quite to Merrill Road. I see that Tree Street on the north side of the plat there. I'm just wanting to make sure that that we're going to have some connectivity into Merrill Road. I know that that's separate property owners to the north and to the east there, and of course county, but ultimately probably St. George property to the west. But I'm just needing some reassurance that these roads are going to ultimately connect into Merrill.
Yeah, the property just to the east, that most northern road will tie in to that property and get you up through to Merrill eventually. It was the property that I believe we heard at last city council with the LID concerns on site holdings there that is adjacent to that property. This will tie into that piece.
Isn't the existing country farm road that's kind of road based there now?
It is. It's a dirt road, 20.
Yeah. So
and
it has a second, I look at it as has a secondary access, and the future development to the north will pick up the road. Isn't to the west, that's a road that's as well?
Yeah, that's a
Another
dirt road as well.
Like just a farm road.
I'll let you know where my arrow sits on that piece, that kind of green rectangle. They've already had preliminary plat approval by the council. The piece we're talking about tonight is where I have my arrow and down on this piece. So, and they've already worked together. The engineer company, firms have met that northern one on, let me bring
So
it
are we going to
back.
have two intersections like really close to each other, Woodrow and 3210 East in St. George? I mean, does that meet our access management?
On which road are we talking?
So the right off 3090, the main access to this subdivision, look how close it's 204 feet to the next street, which is 3210 East in St. George. I just don't think that meets our access management. Isn't it 225 minimum?
Now, you're talking down here on 3090, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so this road's already in next to the school or the church.
And so it shows that here on their preliminary plat, but if you go to the east, their access into their subdivision is 200, it shows 204 feet.
Oh,
I
see what you're
I
saying.
thought our access management was a minimum of 225-ish, but that depends on the road size too. And 3090 is a pretty major road. So I just don't remember those numbers right off.
And I don't either. I know we had long discussions about this and the measurements. Mike, do you remember this by chance?
I do. I think it does meet our access management where that interior road's a 50-foot road.
Okay.
I can't remember the exact number, but I know that was a discussion that Brandon had with the developers, and we talked about it, and he said it did meet the access management.
Does it make any difference that that corner is the stormwater detention area? Does that adjust that?
It wouldn't.
Okay.
I'm not sure I understood or heard his question, but I'm just wondering on that, it indicates detention with the LID. Should that be detention/retention, or does the LID note, will that take care of that?
The LID would take care of the retention.
Okay.
Any additional questions?
If there's no further discussion,
No, I'll go ahead and make the motion that we approve the preliminary plat for Franklin Fields located at approximately 500 west and 3090 south with the findings and conditions provided by staff.
Bundy, second.
Do you have a motion and a second? Again, we'll go roll call vote.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Bundy, aye.
Thank you. Item B, consideration to approve a preliminary plat for the views at Coral Canyon Phase 6, located approximately Black Canyon Avenue and Highland Parkway. Applicant Cole West Home.
Thanks, Mayor. The applicant is proposing 38 lots on an area covering 19.35 acres. The zoning designation at this location is Coral Canyon Planned Community Development, and the surrounding zoning is PCD to the north, east, south, and west. The proposed subdivision conforms to the approved zoning and meets the subdivision requirements and also the other city ordinances as it relates to this location. Staff has reviewed the request and recommends approval with conditions of the preliminary plat as outlined. The Planning Commission reviewed this request on July 7th, 2021, and unanimously recommended approval of the preliminary plat for the Views Phase 6 at Coral Canyon subdivision based on the following findings and subject to the following conditions, with the additional recommendation that the proposed trail system in conjunction with lots 89 through 100 be reworked so that the trail system can be built behind the homes rather than in front. And we're happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
So I'm assuming that when this recommendation was made by the Planning Commission, that it was addressed there, and can you give us just a little bit of background on what other changes would be required of this? I like the idea. I think it's a good idea, but just wanting to know some of the parameters and limits of the development, whether it can be done, that kind of thing.
Well, it's on a plateau real briefly. The reason the developer didn't take it to the back sides starting at 89 is due to the terrain. There's quite a bit of drop off the back of those lots, which is why it's moved to the front.
You'll see on the exhibit those hash marks there at the bottom. Those indicate steepness of the terrain. Essentially, it's a basaltic. I don't want to call it a cliff because it's not a straight cliff face, but a basaltic rock edge that's fairly steep.
Good word.
You know what that word means.
It means really hard.
Yeah, and at the Planning Commission meeting, the developers here and stated they would love to put the trail right through there. Also, it just isn't very feasible through that area. Another concern that was expressed at the Planning Commission meeting was, you'll notice the trail was planned to go through along the sidewalk. And they were concerned about just driveways crossing the public trail if they can avoid that. And so that was also one of the underlying considerations for their recommendation, is that they believe that there might be the ability to make some changes in the plat to accomplish a trail that doesn't have driveway traffic crossing it.
Yeah.
Council, I didn't have a chance. I was out of town on that particular meeting. I probably would have brought up the points that, I've had this come up before, but I'm not a fan of having a trail right on the backside of my privacy wall for people. I just think that's, the trails right now have a distance between the back wall and as you go through the ones that they can put on the hillside areas. But I probably would have brought that up at the Planning Commission meeting myself, as I'm not a big fan of having, a trail system running right on the backside of my privacy wall. It's only a 6-foot high wall. So for what that's worth, just to throw that in as part of the discussion.
But if you do it right, you can grade separate them a little bit, and you can be off just a little bit. And there's ways to do it and make that trail work well with the development and the natural of the land.
If there's a gap, but it sounded like the commission wanted it because of the way these lots end up with, what the council segment was telling us is that it begins to fall right there. So
but that's
if there
because
was
it's been
gap,
pushed as hard as it can be pushed as well.
So the correspondence that I've heard from homeowners, they would rather have it at their back of their yards than in their front yards, from what I understand. Just so, I understand what you're saying, but I think there also is an issue when you're passing 12 driveway or sidewalks, if I counted correctly.
So is the trail on the north side between lot 101 to 108 on the outside? Because on the preliminary plat, it shows like there's a trail, but it's not like identified. It looked like a trail.
those ghost lines are trail. I got to get out of my
So
drawings.
those have
there.
a trail, and then the trail comes up out of
If you
between
see
lot
my
100
arrow
and
up there,
101. Yep.
that's the trail that is normally around that perimeter of the subdivisions that we know. If you go, farther back to the north where they have the trail, that's a good 15, 20 feet into some places. That's what those two ghost lines are there. On that. So then they'll bring it up to this green area between lots 101 and 100, and they'll come through like you see in Coral Canyon quite a bit, a little access, separation between the homes, and they'll bring it to the 10-foot wide blue sidewalk. In this case is what they've colored it on there. Now, the applicant did send in, and still I try to get them on. These are areas in other places in Coral Canyon where this has taken place that they've actually used, the areas that they needed to, or they've had trouble, just to show you a few of what they've done in other areas of Coral Canyon, making them 10-foot wide sidewalks as the trail in certain areas. They just wanted to get this for it. I said, I'll be more glad for the discussion tonight, just to show that this has been done in other places as well. So they wanted to bring that to your attention. So.
Did the planning commission ask for the applicant to bring forward any alternative designs for the trail, or?
So I was present at the meeting, Drew. I can talk on that. The planning commission, our commission especially, talks about alternatives regularly with applicants and tries to figure things out. And the applicant was there and did converse with them. The planning commission really looked at the width of that 10-foot sidewalk and said, well, if you just install a regular sidewalk, you're going to gain a few feet. And so they tried. Legally, we get a little uncomfortable with that because the commission's job isn't to redraw alternatives. It's just to consider what's been presented to them. But they did. There was quite a bit of conversation of, what else might we do? How might we do it? The pictures that Drew showed, are interesting because the council could require striping. They could require that there be no installation of planters or mailboxes within that. And so you could maybe add, you'll see there's a mailbox in the middle of a trail, right? At least not in the middle, but within the purview of the trail. And so you could work with what's proposed and add your own restrictions. But yeah, the commission tried, even though, as a matter of legal matters, we get a little uncomfortable the more that, alternatives are suggested from the commission or the council, because it's not our job to design projects. It's just to review and approve.
So as a newly recruited bicyclist in the county, and I've enjoyed our trails very much, I'm just thinking of that transition of coming off a trail into a residential area. That gives me some concern because bikes can travel at pretty good speed, and dropping into residential, it would just, I understand it would be, there'd be a lot of labor and expense involved with this trail, but it's just hard for me to visualize dropping that into a residential area and maybe some of those negative impacts that may come, especially as the trail becomes busier. But I do recognize that the basaltic material would be very difficult to get through.
Can you remind me that the trail was kind of an agreed upon amenity for the area, correct?
Yeah, Coral Canyon has trails all throughout it.
Well, I realize that. I'm just wondering back on the original agreement for the PCD. Was there a trail, an agreement for a trail to be in the PCD, or are we just talking about an addition here for the community?
Well, this one's probably an addition. I don't know if this would have been part of the master overall trail system that we have, because I don't remember it coming up this high, in my memory of the main ones that Coral Canyon turns over to us. I don't know if this one would be one that would be turned over to the city.
I think all of them were turned over to the city.
If they do build them, they give them to us, but
I don't know if they're doing it now, but they turned them all over at one point.
Yeah.
This is one of the main loops around the ridge. They go around the whole ridge.
Isn't that one of the requirements that we're building to the city standards? So we will accept it.
The city
well, city standards is 10-foot wide asphalt concrete,
asphalt, but not yeah.
No, we can do concrete or asphalt. AASHTO allows either. What we've adopted is AASHTO standards. It can be concrete or asphalt. So
I just that is the most beautiful canyon. I'd hate to not be able to take a trail around that corner and see out. That's where I look at it is, yeah, you can put it in the subdivision. It's not ideal. It's not a nice contingent trail, but it'd be sure nice to have a trail that loops around the whole ridge like it was intended to
I kind
see
of
those views. So that's how I'm kind of looking at it.
That's what I'm lamenting as well. On the north side of Telegraph, on the along Highland, around that perimeter up to Highland Park, I've ran that a number of times, and it's just really nice. It's really pretty to run around that perimeter, and I recognize that it's hard to require that, but I'm just wondering if it's something that they really looked hard at doing, because those. And then the other question that I'm having is it possible to pull this up to see how this ties into the rest of our trail system there? Is that something that you or Barry can pull up so that we can see where does it tie in close to lot 89? And does it get back out to the edge there, or is it on sidewalk again?
They kind of show it. It's dashed in on the bottom of that preliminary plat. Below lot 77 and 86, there's a dashed line, and it looks like it comes up.
Well, I'll give you some views. This is it. You know, the trail is out over here with my arrow, and then back, you know, on this side. And so, you know, let me see if I can. Of course, it's not built out here yet, but the area, you know, we're kind of looking at is somewhere out.
So as you're pulling that up, so from lot 89 on the views to where we see the trail, is that going to be on the interior or on the backside of the lots there? So we see where it's built, but I'm just wondering, I mean, where does the trail ultimately go from the perimeter to the interior of?
Yeah, so you can follow the trail back out to Telegraph here, you know, where my arrow is, that's it there. And then there's the light that you cross, and you pick it up. Then you can head on the one side of Highland. The trail on this side, which is actually an emergency access as well, why it's a little wider. You can follow my arrow, runs right by a lift station, then back. But, you know, and then you get on these sidewalks. I think these are 10-foot wide sidewalks, if I remember. That's why they stand out. And then you can cross the light on this side, hit the trail, and then go on the other back side to follow my arrow on the back side of Highland. That's the west side, and the other one goes to the east side. And then I don't even know if it loops up on the north right now, because it doesn't, because it's not built out yet.
But when it gets built out,
it dies into the park. Both of them do.
Yeah,
Actually, this
on
one
both
goes
sides.
down.
But on the very far north end, it has a trail that's stubbed up to the water tank.
Way up by that, by that billboard. It's off I-15.
I'm interested specifically in near Black Canyon, you know, to the south there.
You're way high there, though.
Yeah, right.
I think this is the trail right here, if I remember right.
No, that's the trail's up on top. This is Barry. The trail coming out of the canyon is down lower. If you can move that.
Yeah, I'm still thinking up on top of the mesa as it ties into this.
Yeah, so I understand your question. So up on top of the mesa, that loops like the other one, but the access from, you can see and they've done the same thing on the other side, on the north side of Telegraph. So in between, there's lots in between that come out, and so those people can come out in between and access and get on that trail. They've worked those things out throughout the subdivisions so that people can access that and make it easier. You can probably see one. You can see a couple of those little areas where it comes off and goes in between homes, and that gives them access. It goes up, and then that goes onto the trail.
Councilman Staley, if you look at the proposed plat, the trail is behind all of the existing homes, and then at lot 87, it'll pop up to the front driveway area.
Yeah.
I think that's your question.
Yes, thank you, Alden.
right behind lot 86, and then it'll pop up to the road at 87.
So it goes to the interior. The proposal is for it to go to the interior from 87 all the way around to whatever number that is.
100.
100.
Correct.
And then back out to the perimeter.
Correct.
Which, and this is Barry again, and I don't really see a problem with that. That's mainly, I mean, this is a smaller area. It's mainly for these folks right here in that subdivision, in that area, for them to have the trail and access and then get, you know, to the trail, and have it go back out to the outer port that connects to the other trail. So it's just there for them, and then have the access and it's part of the whole system. So that makes sense.
I'm just, unless there's other discussion, I know we have the applicant here. I'm wondering if we would maybe get a little insight from them as to whether they've considered maybe a change on that.
Hi, my name is Eric Day. I'm here representing Cole West. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. Yeah,
Sorry,
so
I missed your name.
Eric Day.
Thank you.
Thank you. So yeah, our absolute intention, as we've done or planning to do over in Solus, as well as here, is to keep the trail on the outside. When we directed our engineer to do so on this specific area, he said to us that it would be a safety issue. So that's why we cut it back in. It wasn't for any other purpose. If you go out there and you walk along those canyons, I'm sure many of you have, in my opinion, it's a sheer basalt cliff, especially going around the backside. Those front few lots there, it's a pretty steady gradual grade. But as you start to curve around lots 95, 96, that's a sheer basalt cliff.
Yeah,
No way would it be our intention to put a trail along that cliff. I'm not sure how we would make that safe.
Well, you can do that. You can do it.
How?
Yeah, it can be made safe with the railing. We've done that other places. So
Handrails.
there'd have to be a railing
Design
across
lots of-
on there. Yeah.
I've designed lots of trails in town. I've put railing on cliffs. I've done lots of interesting things.
Yep.
We could certainly put a railing on it, but it's our opinion that presents a much greater safety hazard than it would be to allow us to put it, as we're proposing, a 10-foot wide sidewalk, as the city has allowed in many other areas within Coral Canyon in the greater area. And just one other quick note, when we came to the council before for views 4, which has already been approved, it shows us stepping back inside to the trail. So this intention, I would hope, I wasn't here, but I would hope that this intention was already shown to the council and was already approved by the council with us popping back into the interior trail system.
And I'll admit, I remember seeing that now, but I think it got missed on my end because the intent was always to go on the outside perimeter, and where it jumped in at the last couple lots. I'll admit I missed that on that review, that it jumped in. I intended it was going around the rim, and it's hard when you don't see all the pieces until you see them here today.
I can only say on the advice of our engineer is why we had it come back in. It was our original intention to have it stay outside the entirety of the subdivision, just like we're doing over at Solus.
So you can always pull back some lots, and then it's closer and it's safer as well. So those are options.
From an engineering perspective, that's quite difficult. We've actually had some schematics put together. It's not as easy as just sort of pushing it in. There's a lot of fill that's going into that area.
Any additional questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
If there's no other discussion, I would take a crack at this motion. Motion to approve a preliminary plat for the views at Coral Canyon Phase 6 located at approximately Black Canyon Avenue and Highland Parkway, with an additional recommendation that the proposed trail system in conjunction with lots 89 through 100 be reworked so that the trail system can be built behind the homes rather than in front, and also a decided plan for retaining any rocks that may, a retention wall that would effectively stop rocks that may be a safety hazard. I don't know if I gave that the right wording, but the intent is that we look at if there is a safety issue, then we take measures to make it safer.
I have a motion on the table. No bites?
I see where you're going with it, Councilman, but I'm not sure procedurally if that's if just putting some additional language in there is sufficient.
I'd like to see it one of two ways. One, it be tabled and be represented as a new preliminary plat showing it, or two, maybe push back to the planning commission and they can rework it at that level. And let the planning commission review it as well. Or there's the third option of a denial on it. Or approval with what Councilman has said.
Could we hear Mayor could we hear more from the applicant on their thoughts on what's been said by these other councilmen?
Yeah, I mean, you know my thoughts on the trail. We're just going by the advice of our engineer. I'm not going to push back on that. If he says it's a safety hazard, that's why we moved it in. We do have a possible alternative that we haven't presented. We just kind of put this together recently. But if you look at the topographical map that's currently on your screen, where it really starts to get sheer is at about lot 94. Just after that, we could conceivably change our plans that have already been approved in phase 4, keep it to the outside, run it up along the more gradual bank there until we hit lot 94, and then we could pop it back in there.
So sorry, I'm just trying to follow that. So it would, the trail would be in front of the houses on which lots? Can you just list them off?
He's showing you right down the red line.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
true.
Does that work? So,
But still, so we would only kind of eliminate the 5 lots there. Okay.
so yeah, it would only be in front of those homes, as I'm guessing that's Eldon is drawing that he's showing. Oh, it's Drew. There you go. As Drew is drawing. So it popped back in 94 and then popped back out after 100.
To me, that seems a little more consistent with what I've seen on the north side on Highland up to the park. When I run along that perimeter and I get to the park, there's a little bit of section of sidewalk that I go on before I catch that perimeter trail again. I tend to like this better. I mean, obviously, ideally, I think we'd all want to see the trail go around the perimeter, but I think this is progress.
Yeah, I mean, and as I've said, we'd like to see it go around their perimeter. It's just, this is somewhere in the middle, I think.
How would you feel going a little bit on the council member's advice to maybe take this back to your engineer and have him look at this a little closer?
We've looked at it very closely. I'm just not sure what a trade. There's a trade-off. I mean, to me, that's what it comes down to. There's a trade-off. If in the council's opinion, it's more important to put the trail on the outside, and in my opinion, risk of possible safety hazard on that, that's your decision. If it's to pull it inside.
So again, we're not really here to kind of tell you how to build that, but when you're talking about trade-offs, I'm not sensing that you're going to get an approval the way it is.
Well, I mean, that's up to the council. What I'm telling the council is from our engineers that that's a safety hazard. And taking it back to our engineer, it's still going to be a safety hazard. Can he design around it? Sure. But it's going to be, in our opinion, a larger safety hazard to do that than it is to bring it in. So,
Drew, what do you got going on there?
Well, this is kind of what you're saying is to bring him on the back 10 feet of the lots, I take it. Right? Well, in essence, the trail has to be 15 feet because that's what our standard is. So, that's kind of what you take the 10-foot sidewalk out, which, 5 feet would be off because our sidewalks are now 5 feet. So they'd cut basically 10 feet off of the back of each one of those lots. but then also add railing where it's needed, et cetera, and having those right on those back privacy walls. It'll have to be tight almost in this case if it's that flat to make those lots. I can't, how big are they? I'm an old man with bad eyes, so.
Yes. I would like to reiterate one of the other issues that the community, the neighborhood came up with and voiced to the planning commission was the size of the lots. So by cutting those, you are cutting into the size of those as well.
Yeah, say the depth on between 95, 96, that's 117 minus, what I say, at least 10 feet. So those would be 107 and then so on down.
Mayor, you did have a motion that wasn't seconded.
Right.
You may decide whether that's going to be seconded or if it died. Just proceed.
Sounds like to me it died. I'll entertain another motion.
No, I'll make a stab at it. If we'll be able to jump in. I think we can do better. I'd like to see him come back. I'll just make a motion that we get my that we table the views for Coral Canyon Phase 6 and to our next meeting, and look for suggest the applicant he comes back with some different alterations, and we can continue the discussion at that time.
Also, Councilman, could we have maybe invite the residents there to weigh in on what they're.
Well, I'd have to open up to a public meeting. I'm
That would be-
not sure that would be appropriate at this stage in the process, but
Just if, I just think it's important to get that side of it as well.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. Is part of that motion to want,
No, I don't think we can open it up.
okay.
So I understand there's a motion and a second. I just appreciate the motion. I appreciate the second. I would like to hear from the applicant one more time.
Yeah.
And I'd like to specifically ask, if, I know you probably don't love being tabled. I understand that. But if this is tabled, what would your process be over the next 2 weeks? What would you anticipate coming back to the council with? And I understand that your engineer has said this is a safety concern, and I respect that. And I understand that sometimes what we want and what we can have are two different things. So I want you to know that we're not trying to be difficult, but I think we just want to have it looked at again. Is that something you're comfortable with?
Listen, we're all here for the same reason, right? We're here to make the best possible subdivisions we can that our residents will enjoy and that are safe. My take on it would be, if you want us to put it behind on the lot, just put that condition of approval in there. We can design it, we can put it back there. I don't know what the 2 weeks, from my perspective, is going to buy either us or the council to look at this again. If that's the decision of the council, then that's the decision of the council. Continue with the condition of approval from the planning commission, we'll move forward.
So again, it's not really our position to kind of tell you how to do it, but there,
I'm
we do have some
addressing-
concerns. I think there's equal safety concerns of having it in front of the lots. There's just in the community as a whole, we have established a standard for trails. And I realize that Coral, that's not has been as consistent in the development that you're talking about here, but it is in the city, that trails are trails and sidewalks are sidewalks. And so when you're mixing those uses, you can disagree with me all you want, but that's fine. You asked the question of why we're here. So I'm saying that there is a safety concern of people crossing those sidewalks and being out in front of those homes with what we've gotten used to as a trail usage. I'm uncomfortable with the council telling you how to do it and develop it. It doesn't look like we're gaining any ground here. So my proposal is to table it at this point and allow you to work with your, with those guidelines and opinions that we've given you there to kind of go back and do your work and see if we can't come back to something we can agree on.
But if I hear you correctly, I think you're saying that tonight, if the council made it a requirement for the trail to go along the exterior perimeter of the lots, that you would be fine with that approval, and you
Yes.
would do what you needed to do to.
Definitely.
I'm fine with that too.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my thought
The
is.
land professionals say that you can make it safe.
Councilman Ward, I think that if we just said not in the front, but in the back, I don't think that puts us in a position of designing. I think, you know, they've got to go to more detail and.
That's fine, but that is the motion you had before and it didn't.
I understood. I'm
So
just thinking if, you know, if we were back up and.
But my thoughts are
And living in the
sometimes
back.
we have all these conditions and I want to see it on the preliminary plat.
Yeah.
So that the
I-
preliminary
I-
plat
yeah, I
that
agree
we're
with that.
seeing and we're approving is
Right.
what we're getting, because sometimes those conditions are just words on a paper as a condition, and I want to see how it's going to function with the functionality of that. That's why I'm saying table it, rework the plat, get the trail where we would like to see it on the outside of the perimeter, and then go from there. And maybe there's an option at it. I don't know. I don't know what's the best scenario. I mean, you presented one option. Is there another option you can think of?
To this is the best scenario. If the council has a different opinion, we're here to listen to that opinion.
Well, I hope you're understanding that we think there's another option there, and we would like to, I would like to see options. I would like to see the trail on the perimeter. That's one option. The other option is the option you presented. Another option is the option you presented tonight. So there's lots of different options. I get that. But I hope you're understanding that I'm saying I would like to see the trail on the outside, and I'm trying to give you 2 weeks with a table to resolve that and make us comfortable on the council to resolve that.
So we do have a motion and a second to table. We'll do a roll call vote.
Bundy, aye.
Coates, aye.
IVI.
Ward, aye.
It's already passed. Staley, aye.
Okay, move on. Item 9, preliminary plat amendment. Consideration to approve a preliminary plat amendment for Labyrinth Point at Long Valley, located approximately Long Valley Road, SR 7. Purpose is to switch 2 building units, 2155 through 2163, from the original 7-plex to the proposed 8-plex. The numerical lot labels are also revised. Don Bean, D.R. Horton.
Thanks, Mayor. As stated, that pretty much summed it up there. I'll just touch on a few things here. The applicant is proposing 2 additional units, which will take the unit count from the previously approved 161 to 163. They lost 2 units on the east side and had the room to gain it here. The Planning Commission reviewed this request on July 7th, 2021, and unanimously recommended approval of the preliminary plat for the amended Labyrinth Point at Long Valley subdivision based on the following findings and subject to the original conditions. And we're happy to answer any questions at this time.
So the density then, if they've lost 2 and gaining 2, it's net 0. Is that correct?
Correct.
All within the same acreage of land. So density is, yeah, even units, density, it's all same.
All the same. Yep.
If there's no further discussion there, I'll take a stab at this. Motion that we approve a preliminary plat amendment for Labyrinth Point at Long Valley, located at approximately Long Valley Road in SR 7, with the purpose of switching 2 building units, 2155 to 2163, from the original 7-plex to the proposed 8-plex, with the numerical lot labels revised as presented on the associated document.
Bundy, second the motion. With
Okay.
that, Mayor, if I could, just a quick question, maybe we could discuss this after, but just curious about the status of the Washington Dam Road. I know it's continually being worked on, and I know our city manager sent out a note a few days ago. Just wondering where the reality of that beginning.
There's no banner yet that says Dam Road has started. We're still working to
I'm
get-
waiting to see that, I
print
guess.
that,
and
yeah.
so-
Coming soon, right?
And then this is a second and a motion. I apologize. Maybe we should just go ahead with the motion first and then have him. I apologize.
Let's do that.
Stay right there. Okay.
Motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Staley, I.
Ward, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Votes aye.
Bundy, aye.
It's Mark Rains. I was hoping Mike would have taken that question, but I'll take it. Mike told me out in the hall before the meeting that he is feeling comfortable about letting us at least start the water line portion, which is the most crucial part of this subdivision, other than just increased access and whatnot. But so that would start as soon as I can get my stuff done. So it would be, there was talk even next week for a preliminary.
So obviously the water line's a critical path to get that done before, any other underground work done before the road actually starts. So
The main concern with the landowners is that trail and
right.
So I'm gonna have to rework the plans to take the trail off and try to make everyone happy, like everyone else has been trying to do for a long time now. So
The water line is not, its design is not impeded by the right of way issues that we're working on. And so it's mostly just a traffic management and access issue that, good contractors can work with. But the full build out is still pending right of way acquisition.
Thank you. Thanks, Mark. Drew or Mike, anything you want to add?
No, we are working through it diligently. Right away has been a big issue, trying to work through the issues with all the individual property owners. So, I've met with property owners today, pretty much almost every day. So we're working through it slowly, but that's why we want to get started at least and get some of the utilities going in the water line first. But we're making headway.
Thank you. We'll move on then to item 10, public hearings. A public hearing to consider a boundary line adjustment between the city of St. George and Washington City, located approximately 4430 South Crimson Cliffs Way. Applicant Dave Weller, Desert Investment Group.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We received an application in May of this year from Dave Weller, Desert Investment Group, requesting a boundary line adjustment between the city of St. George and Washington City. If you'll notice on the top northerly portion of this piece of property, there is a little small part that's in Washington City, and the applicant is planning to develop this entire parcel. So they're wanting the remaining of this area of road brought into St. George City so they can develop. This has been reviewed by staff. Public Works does not have any concerns with this request. And I am working with St. George City. We're moving the boundary line adjustment together, so we're able to record it. This portion of the agenda is for our public hearing, and then the ordinance is on for 11A further down on the agenda.
Thank you, Tara. Any questions for Tara from the council?
Council, if you'll just notice that the area for the boundary adjustment is simply to remove the planned road so that the boundary is not running lengthwise along the road. It'll just have a straight crosswise section at the top of that.
Thank you, Thad. Any additional questions? This is a public hearing. Any of you out there that have a burning desire to talk about this, you're welcome to come on up and visit with us. Any public comment via email?
We did not receive any public comments on this item.
Thank you. Then I will entertain a motion to close this public hearing.
So moved.
Seconded by Bundy.
I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
Ivy, aye. Votes aye.
Bundy, aye.
Thank you. Item B, public hearing for consideration to approve a zone change request, Z-21-16 from A-20 agricultural minimum 20 acres to PUDR planned unit development residential and open space located at approximately 4300 South Washington Fields Road. Applicant MST 150 LLC.
Thank you, Mayor. As stated, applicants requesting a zone change of approximately 25.99 acres. Again, this is going from Ag 20 minimum to a PUD residential. The particular location has a general plan use designation of planned unit development. The surrounding zoning is agricultural 20 to the north, open space and C2 to the east, A20 to the south, and R18 to the west. The planned unit development request is for the purpose of developing the nearly 26 acres into a residential development consisting of 183 two-story townhomes. That brings that density to 7.04 dwelling units per acre. The townhomes will range from approximately 1,150 square feet to 1,430 square feet. Both designs will have 2-car garages. They'll have 18-foot wide by 20-foot long driveways and 33 designated visitor parking stalls. The amenities for the development will include 1 basketball court area. Let me, in fact, I'm going to scroll down to that amenity exhibit while we're on that. 1 basketball court with 2 cabanas, a barbecue area and lawn. Another area will be a grassed tot lot area. Another area will be 3 pickleball courts with 2 cabanas and some lawn area. And then the final amenity area will be 2 grassed basins with walking trails around the perimeter of the 2 cabanas. Staff's major concern with the proposed project is the fact that the driveways bordering Weatherby Way, which is the main road running through the project, which is a designated 60-foot public right-of-way, will be such a large in number, the number of townhomes, and backing onto the roadway. That is also a master plan road to be a thoroughfare from South St. George on over to Washington Fields Road and then on to Highway 7. Staff is extremely uncomfortable with the high number of cars that will be backing into the curved master plan roadway. Staff asked for an alternative design to help alleviate this, but the applicants were wishing to still take this design forward to the Planning Commission, City Council. That is basically the major concern that staff has had on this. The Planning Commission, by a vote of 4-1, recommended denial of Z-21-16 for the zone change request from A20 to the proposed PUDR Plan Unit Development Residential. And that's on to you, the City Council. And the reasoning in the motion on denial vote was based on access with the driveways onto the roadway, Weatherby Way, in addition to those staff concerns. Staff did offer, though, the following findings and conditions if there's a way to work out the underlying problematic issue. Those findings and conditions would be below that you see in your report. I will, before I turn over to you, just kind of quickly scroll through so you can see these are the proposed kind of finishes that they will use. There'll be stucco, of course, and metal products. This is more of the modern design. I'll kind of scroll through and you can kind of see these would be the backs of the units. The city's asked previous people for pop outs. They've of course addressed that, and the backs are very well presented. This is the side view looking down. These will be, of course, flat roofs. This is what the fronts will look like with the 2-car garage, the front doors, etc. So again, just more schematics on the elevations and then the layout of the units, and kind of get through, and you can see they've already got designated limited common areas in the back of each unit and the driveways. This is just kind of the major layout of all the units in relationship to the other roadways that run through the project. So with that said, I'll be glad to answer any questions that the council might have for myself before you go into your public hearing. So
Just clarification, like when you say you put the findings and conditions in here, you just have your standard findings and conditions. You don't have anything that specifically addressing the staff's concern about the driveways backing onto that.
right, because a condition would mean it's a condition of approval. In essence, there'd be no way to mix that because we just have uncomfortable about that. Now, that's us. Again, if you look in our standards, 60-foot roads allow for driveways to be on them. Yeah. There is no question about that. I just, seeing the road with the curvatures, knowing it's coming from St. George as master plan road. I just
get
have
that
an
part, but
uneasiness
your,
about
your
it. but-
conditions are just kind of the standard conditions, right? Correct. There's not, I'm not looking.
Well, for the most part, but these aren't like our preliminary plats have our, what we call our 12 standard. Our final plats have our 6 standard now with the LID stuff. This is the PUD. They will change a bit in each PUD because they are a bit different. So I wouldn't call them our standards per se. We will use a lot of them. I just wanted to clarify that for you, that it's different than a preliminary plat because this is a zoning. And so these are more specific just for this particular development that we put in as these conditions, if that's helpful for you. Because you notice there's only really 8 of them in there.
Yes.
So Drew, I have a question about how it connects to the existing Desert Canyons development, the DSG Holdings.
Mhm.
It looks like that road dead ends and then it doesn't really tie into Weatherby Parkway.
Correct. We asked if they, if Desert Solutions wanted to work in conjunction with these, and Adam came back and said, no, they really wouldn't want to do that. You can tell, we do tie in over here.
Yeah, I'm
in
just
this
wondering,
area, but
as
not,
it-
we did ask them, we wanted that to maybe punch through, but they didn't want to join in on that. So
what was the plan from a master plan scenario with the DSG Holdings property? Because I think it would have been looked at a little differently. Maybe Adam sounds like he's getting up here to talk about it, but I'm just wondering I'm just asking the question. It just seems like
I don't think that project's been approved yet. If I'm, so you will have I guess a crack at that when they bring theirs in, but they didn't want to participate right now. But that's not been preliminary platted or zoned actually. So DSG will come in with their townhome project at a later date.
Okay, but we're asking to build how many units there?
183.
No, 18 units on a
Oh.
road that's not approved for a preliminary plat that doesn't have even a half width road. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
But again, we're in the zoning stage right now. So
I understand, but they're asking for it's a PUD, so they're asking for this and there's not an approved road that you're on. So that's just a concern that I didn't catch until just barely, but
is that right? You don't even have half that road? Might as well bring the applicant up and ask them. Yeah.
Hi, Adam Allen with American Land Consulting. We do not have half that road, but we do have an agreement with them to work with, we're paying for half the road improvements they've already put in. And then whoever builds along this road here, when it comes time, if they build first, they'll pay for half, we'll pay for the other half, vice versa. So I think that's something we could definitely provide before preliminary plat came forth that we can. And then as far as this is an older exhibit, and I apologize, maybe I didn't send the newer one, but we've updated that with a knuckle. So it just turns and goes to the north.
Okay.
So.
Thanks.
Mayor, I have a question for the applicant. So in your design process, did you consider, it looks like there's probably about 50 townhomes that access off of a 60-foot residential collector. In your design process, did you consider having the access from the inside and having the backyards face that 60-foot road?
Yeah, and so we went through some of those options and we discussed it quite a bit with Planning Commission. And so the options that we looked at was maybe coming in, separate ways and having like some cul-de-sacs or some little dead end hammerheads. And there was a lot of units that were lost and it's not a really high dense project as it is. Part of what we wanted to do was provide, backyards for each unit. To get 3 rows in there, if they did face in that way, then we would have to have like an alleyway. And then we come in, with like 7-foot driveways, which everybody knows from like Cambria townhomes, that doesn't work out so well. People just end up parking all over the road and outside, and just kind of with the setbacks and the way things were, we're moving in on our CS line through there, which is a big storm drain line. So we did look at, and we didn't present them, a lot of options here when we finally brought it to staff, but we have looked at probably about a half a dozen different iterations trying to make that work in different ways. And this was for us to present what we felt was meeting, the most requirements as, all the townhome projects I've brought forth before, which was try to provide some decent areas for open space, make sure we have driveways, make sure that everybody has their own private areas, that they can have a dog or something like that. So
Sometimes on these projects, I think from an engineer standpoint and developer, it's not always about maximizing the number of units. Sometimes it's about getting it right, for the community. And we had a little bit of correspondence and had talked about that our access management plan does allow for residential units to get onto a residential collector. 60-foot road wouldn't be the case for a 66-foot road. And I recognize that there are some single family residential larger lots that would have access on and off a 60-foot road. The question that the thought that keeps coming to my head with this number of possibly 50 or so units onto that, major east-west collector is maybe you can, but should you? Maybe we can, but maybe we shouldn't. That's kind of where I am. And just a couple of things, just to be really honest with you, since we're at the public hearing, and certainly we want to hear from the public on this. I would like to see this not be off a 60-foot road. And I'm big on interconnectivity. So I do get some concerns when some of these roads dead end. I'd like to see them connect just a little bit better. And I'd probably draw a little bit of a hard line on some of those things when it comes back for the vote in a few weeks. Just to be real clear with you. I know your work. I know you're great. I just want to make sure you understand kind of where I'm coming from.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, and I'll take 2 seconds here and then you guys can have the public, but just this is what we, have worked with our experts, with the traffic guys and things like that. In their opinions, it is actually better to have the driveways off of this road to keep people from driving fast, from, doing some of those things. I have a secondary letter from Aaron Baker, who actually wrote your guys' access management plan. And he specifically stated in there that we're doing exactly what this road was designed to do and exactly what we'd want to do. From a safety standard, it's 25 miles an hour, presents no more danger than a normal road. So anyways, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
If I could. Any additional questions for Adam?
Well, maybe not, but I just wanted to express my thoughts on this a little bit. I appreciate that, the review of the traffic is, it's probably accurate, he knows. The only thing I look at is, this is the only east-west or the last east-west connection we have to the Fields Road. There is no other east-west connection till you clear to the other side of the airport, clear down to the Southern Parkway. And so, and we all know that 3650 South is going to be a heavy traffic roadway. It's going to connect to the Southern Parkway or the Parkway. And I just see, and I know that a 60-foot road is not intended to take a lot of traffic, but I envision, it's just my personal view, is that as 3650 gets more and more busy, more traffic signals on that road, that we're going to see more traffic come down to this 60-foot road to get over to the Fields area. Yeah. And so, and that's just my view. I mean, from a traffic standpoint, they're probably right on target there, but the overall view, I just feel that someday this road is going to be very busy because of, we're talking about a soccer facility down there perhaps, and there's a lot of growth to take place yet. And so this is my view, my thoughts about that. I don't know what we have. It appears, 3650 is a major roadway.
There is another, so 4200 as well.
That's what I'm going to ask you. There is another one. What width is, what classification is that one going to be?
So 4200 is a 66. So it's a minor collector, okay. I think.
So that that helps, but I can envision, looking at 2450 South coming from St. George. We're all familiar with that. Yeah. It's a major road over there, and it's going to come right into to our area with a road that's narrower. So I don't know if I've convinced myself just how to go with this, but I just see that could be a problem in the future.
Yeah. We're kind of in the process of giving some feedback from the council. We've done some work in the city that I'm really proud of as far as traffic calming measures, and I think we've seen some really good benefits from those. I'm probably not open-minded enough at this point to consider children and cars backing out onto the road to be traffic calming measures. I would encourage the applicant to, I mean, where this is residential area, quite dense, that there might need to be some types of bushes and shrubs up against the road that kind of helps it to make it feel a little bit like it needs to, people need to slow down. But I'm not prepared to go far enough to agree with your engineer that other cars and possibly children coming out on the road are traffic calming measures.
Okay, and I'm not saying that particularly would be. There will be some different stop signs and stuff on that road. And one of our thoughts was if we could put a 4-way stop at that 4-way intersection, you know, I mean, that would bring people to a stop right there, because this is not intended to be a thoroughfare.
And we've kind of gone down that road as well. I think I was going to say, I don't want to speak for Mike, but I'm going to speak for Mike, is what he said in the past is just, you know, that 4-way stops really aren't, it's not legal. It's not really a good way to do traffic calming in the city, and certainly I can have Mike correct me if he disagrees with me using his name in vain there.
Thank you, Adam. Again, it's a public hearing. Any of you folks out there that have an interest in this project, come on up.
Wasn't planning on doing this, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Kenneth Kirk. I'm a resident at 886 North Camino Pico here in Washington City. My concern right now is you're being requested to change the zoning from agricultural to a public residential area. And that number of units in that area looks like it's pretty heavy. Changing the zoning, probably a good idea. Make it residential, probably a good idea. But that number of quantity of residents in that area, not a good idea. Can you change the zoning to a lesser dense area and let the developer come forward with a plan that's going to make everybody happy rather than a big congested area such as that? I don't know. I don't know the zoning laws here and the different types of zones in Washington City yet, but it seems to me that that's got a lot of problems to it with that major highway coming through right there. That's going to be really, really busy. And you're concerned about those 60 units backing out onto that street. That's not feasible. That's not safe. And it's not wanted by the public, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Kirk. Anybody else?
My name's Heidi Blair. I live in Stookie Farms. And one of my first questions on the Meet the Candidates night to everybody that I spoke to, one of my first questions was, how did they feel about all the multifamily twin homes and vacation rentals that are going in between 3650 and the southern or Warner, where the road kind of curves on the other end of Stookie Farms? I think those of us that are on between that area, the city has failed us. And I would like to see more residential, because all I have and all I see going in between 3650 to the other end is a lot of very dense residential. And they're also talking about a big soccer complex. So I would just like you to reconsider and maybe just go for a single family residential. And the other concern is the traffic. Plus we have a new high school and the new middle school. What's going to happen with all of these new families coming in and the multifamily stuff? The high school, from what I understand, is already full. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
My name is Nick Whitney, longtime resident. Can't even tell you how many times I've talked to you guys. I know a few of you are tired of hearing me. But 3650, I know that this isn't new updated. Is that right? You said there was something that hooks straight to the north.
That's just on a road to the north.
That was just on a road. So 3650, as we know, is going to connect eventually onto Highway 7. So with that heavy, dense traffic, I think you're going to run into some problems there. I think you're going to have some connectivity issues. And then you've got to think about water for that complex. How much water is that complex going to take? And then also the sewage and runoff. If anything's taught us with the monsoon rains that we've had, I used to live near this area, and I can tell you the monsoon rains pool right about where that's at. And so you'd need to think about, I know it's not a water table issue right now, but where you're going to have rooftops and roads, asphalt, replacing dirt that absorbs the rain now, you're going to probably want to think about a water catch somewhere in that complex so that it doesn't flood up. I know the area where I live now on 30 West, 1800 South, 1 block over with a new development they're doing there. The rains that we had 14 inches of water right next to homes. The existing development that was there before, great, wonderful. The new one that came in, great, wonderful. But when you mix those layers, all that water drained into one spot. So I can foresee similar problems with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Anybody else? Tara?
There were no public comments on this item.
Okay, if not, no other discussion, I'll entertain a motion to close this public hearing.
So made, Mayor.
Second by Coates.
Motion and a second, we'll do a roll call vote.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Indy, aye.
Thank you. That decision will be made in 2 weeks.
Mayor, if I may just make a quick comment for the
Sure.
benefit of the public. The city council does not initiate zone changes on property that it does not own. State law and city law allow landowners to request zone changes, and the council has a duty to hear those and hold the public hearing like we're having tonight. And so the application tonight is a request of the landowners to the city council. The city council has a duty to hear it and then make a decision on it.
Thank you for that clarification. We'll move on to item C.
I'm the applicant. Do we get a chance to?
We just closed the public hearing.
Oh, I didn't realize I was public if I'm the applicant. Sorry. My bad.
No, go ahead. You're okay.
I don't want to disrupt.
No, you're okay.
Okay, thanks so much. We're having a lot of conversation about what this road will and won't do in the future. And, obviously, there's no situation in which we anticipate raising the speed limit from 25. So, obviously there's potential for increased traffic, of course, but the speed limit will be 25. The traffic expert that we engaged, his comments specifically to this point were, I'm quoting him, having direct access to the residential collector is appropriate and will reduce the speeds on the street. Lower speeds will significantly decrease the severity of any traffic collisions. And it also makes it safer for pedestrians and cyclists. This guy's life is traffic. As Adam mentioned, we had the engineer who wrote the code, the traffic plan for the city. His comments were, with regard to backing out on the driveways on Weatherby Way, this maneuver should be safe movement, considering the 25-mile-an-hour speed limit in a residential zone and relatively low volumes anticipated on this second segment of roadway. With the number of driveways that connect to the street, there will be less room for vehicles to park on the street as well, which will reduce site impediments that can enhance safety when backing out of the driveways. Obviously, to those 2 points, Adam's right. We explored many options to try and we're really trying to deliver a great product here. We're in the neighborhood of 7 units per acre. We've got lots of open space. We're really trying to deliver a nice, affordable product for families that can't afford to pay $200,000 for a lot and $800,000 for a house, but still want to live in this area. Having said that, if we're to eliminate the driveway sections, we now create a situation where 7-foot driveways or something on the interior prohibits cars from even parking in their driveways. And now we have cars lined up all down the street. And as it relates to traffic accidents or safety, pedestrians, you have kids jumping out from behind parked cars to cross the street to go to trail or open space, presenting a whole new visual obstacle that is totally avoided with a 2-car garage and 2 cars in the driveway. We minimize visual obstacles, and so we all acknowledge that there will be folks using this road, and when we put it in, more people will use it, but 25 miles an hour is going to be the speed. And as per the experts, this is a appropriate manner, to position driveways on this road. So anyway, just want to present a couple of those ideas, and I appreciate you letting me breach
So
protocol.
no, we didn't get your name.
Todd Smith.
Todd
I'm
Smith.
with MST 150.
Okay. Thank you, Todd.
Yeah, thank you so
noted.
much.
Okay, move on to our third public hearing. Consideration to approve zone change request Z-21-11 to change from PUD planned unit development to RA 1/2 residential agriculture half acre minimum located approximately 1050 South 800 East, applicant Telegraph UPNL Kent Heidemann.
Thank you, Mayor. Stated applicant's request in the zone change of approximately 2.29 acres. The requested change is from the current planned unit development PUD to the proposed residential agricultural half acre RA half zoning designation. The RA half request is for the purpose of removing the 2.29 acres out of the PUD zone and into that RA half for future development possibilities. This particular location has a general plan use designation of low density residential, which allows for R110, R112 or greater zoning districts. The surrounding zoning of this parcel is RA half to the east, A20 to the south. Well, I correct myself, it's now RA half to the south. That used to be the city's piece that you recently rezoned, but when this started, it still was ag. R110 to the north and PUD to the west. Staff has no concerns with the proposed zoning changes as outlined. Planning Commission reviewed the request at their July 7th, 2021 meeting. Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of Z-21-11 for the zone change request from PUD to the proposed residential agricultural half acre minimum onto you, the City Council. And then that's according to the findings in your report. And I'll be glad to answer any questions the council has on this proposed zone change.
Nobody? Okay. We'll move on to our public hearing. Again, any of you out there that have a burning desire to talk about this project? Okay, if not, I'll entertain them. Oh, excuse me, Tara, any comments via email?
There were no public comments on this item either, Mayor.
Thank you. I will entertain a motion to close this public hearing.
So made.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Bundy, second.
Thank you. Roll call vote.
Bundy, aye.
Goats aye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
Stay tuned 2 weeks.
Mayor, if I may just comment on
Sure.
that also, the existing PUD zoning is not something that staff would recommend for this parcel if it were to be requested today. And so there's not a lot of options that can happen with this piece if it were to stay as a PUD zone either. And so that's another reason why I'm sure staff recommends that the change happen.
Thank you, council. Item 11A, ordinances, consideration to approve an ordinance for a boundary line adjustment between City of St. George, Washington City, located approximately 4430 South Crimson Cliffs Way. Applicant Dave Weller, Desert Investment Group.
Mayor, I don't know if council has any other questions on this. I think we pretty well understand it. So I'll make a motion to approve an ordinance for a boundary line adjustment between City of St. George and Washington City, located at approximately 4330 South Crimson Cliff Way.
4430, and I second that motion.
Okay. Thank you. Motion and a second. Again, roll call vote.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Goats aye.
Bundy, aye.
Thank you. That is approved. Item B, consideration to approve an ordinance amending Title 6 Public Ways and Property, Chapter 7, Standardizing Street Addressing, Section 6, Multifamily Residential, Applicant Washington City. Drew Ellerman.
Thank you, Mayor. Now, the 2-week holdover is complete now. The item's ready for city council action. I hope you had a chance to note the changes that you asked for on the illumination. Like saying that word, it's a fun word, but I hope that was okay. That's number 6. Councilman, have you had a chance to read that? I highlighted it in red in my report for you. But and then it's addressed on your ordinance as well. So did you find it, Councilman Coates? Huh?
I didn't see
If
it.
you look at my report,
It doesn't.
not in it didn't show up in red. Oh, I know why, because it
Illumination
gets,
from an alternate light source.
We're so disappointed.
You're colorblind.
I realize what happens. I write it in red and it gets scanned and the red doesn't get picked up. But if you read my report, I'm still going to go back to my report.
Saw the change. I'm just saying.
Yeah, so I see, yeah, but it doesn't show up in red because of the scanning. So I stand corrected again.
Oh, I'm colored. I am colored.
You stand corrected.
If there's no further discussion on that, I would motion that we approve an ordinance amending Title 6 Public Ways and Property, Chapter 7, standardizing the street addressing Section 6 for multi-family residential.
Second by Coates.
Thank you. Motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Aye. Bundy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
Thank you. That is approved. Item C, consideration to approve an ordinance adopting a public infrastructure district policy, PID. Economic Development Director Rusty Hughes.
Thank you, Council, Mayor. This PID is a public infrastructure district policy that we've discussed in a work meeting previously, and then we send out a copy of this for everybody to review. We do have Marcus Keller here from Zion Public Finance who can answer any questions you have. I'm happy to answer any as well. We're looking at getting this policy in place as a preemptive measure. We have a few surrounding communities that have already had requests for this. State code does allow for this. And the intent to put the policy in place beforehand, before getting a request, was so that we could guide the way that these are used within the city that best fits the economic development plans for the city.
I have a couple questions, just maybe to lead off here. On this ordinance, it looks like it's maybe a standardized form that you use with multiple cities. Is that right? And it's been, I mean, I recognize that you've inserted Washington City in the appropriate places, but is it pretty standardized ordinance that you use with Zion Public Finance?
Exactly. So we work with Gilmore and Bell too. So they've created kind of a standard form, and then we've worked with Rusty and Jeremy and the city to kind of craft it to your needs. So we've multiple cities and creating entities is what referred to as the city or county that would potentially create these PIDs, are doing this across the state, and each one are going to have different needs and different wants. And so we try to work with the economic development director, city manager, whomever it may be, kind of leading the charge to make sure that any applicant, as we've done in this one, knows what the city or creating entity desires, kind of what your needs are. And so when they submit an application, they can be aware of if it's going to kind of fit with what you want.
So I have a couple of procedural questions. If you don't mind, if we just jump in a little bit to the document. So on page 6, there's a section B. Let's see here. Bear with me, not page 6, excuse me. Page 4. And then there's section B and then subsection 1. And it talks about a review process, and it identifies the Technical Review Committee, or TRC. And I'm curious as to who that would be. The beginning of the ordinance talks about the process of the developer bringing forth a letter of intent, and it specifies what would need to be in that letter of intent. But I'm wondering who the TRC is in Washington, because the process says that it goes from the TRC and then to the management office before it even comes to the council. So I'm wondering who those two bodies are.
So that's a fluid body. So the city at any time, typically the city manager will decide who he wants on that team. At this point, from what I understand, it's the city manager, city attorney, economic development director. I'm sure the planner would be involved too, depending on the project, as well as municipal advisor and then bond counsel, just to make sure that they are not doing anything outside of the law.
So what's the difference between the TRC then, who recommends it to the management office? Is that in a case where maybe the city manager, city attorney possibly is not part of that committee? Is that what we're talking
Correct.
there on maybe a larger city, larger scale?
So a lot of times, sometimes the city manager just doesn't have time or wants to exempt himself from that, but he still wants to at least see it before it comes before city council. So he can either give his recommendation or approval or disapproval of that project. And so the TRC could really just be the economic development department and their group, depending on the size of the city and how these processes go. So we really don't like to state it within the ordinance because it gives you the ability to kind of pick and choose maybe years down the line how you want the city manager or even the city council to dictate how they want this process to flow through once it gets to you.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, the city council, it's at your discretion.
It's going to get to us ultimately. And this
Exactly.
gives it the parameters in which the submittal needs to come and then the process. I have a couple other just kind of high level questions before any other questions can be asked. It looks like this PID, this option is available citywide. I didn't see anything that restricted the areas in which a PID could be applied for. Is that correct?
It is, but it does require 100% consent of the landholder. So it's not going to be, it's only going to typically be used by large landowners that have, that are getting ready to develop, because if one person disagrees, then it legally cannot pass.
Right. And we read through the specific uses of primarily infrastructure, road, sewer.
Correct.
Those,
Has to be
those
deeded
types
back
of
to the-
upfront
Yep.
costs to defer those to the whoever purchases the lots, let's say. And it looks like the verbiage does restrict residential, as we discussed in the work session. This is not a residential tool. This is a commercial industrial tool.
So it does say within here, kind of how we've crafted this, that the city.
It was a little unclear.
What's that?
It was a little unclear as to whether it looked to me like one of some of the fine print kind of restricted all or part of the residential use.
So we do allow for residential to submit an application, but as it's read through, there basically needs to be a significant reason as to why they would submit the application. I mean, anyone could submit an application for any reason. And, our goal is to say, well, odds are it may not be approved without a compelling reason that we can, obviously, staff would get on board with and then the city council would approve. But at the end of the day, we wanted this to be a long-term ordinance. So we don't know what Washington City's situation may be 5, 10, 15 years down the road as differing needs come up.
Fair answer. And I think this council's been quite clear that we see this more as a commercial tool. Last question.
Hold on,
for now.
before you
Have
move on.
have
I
yeah.
have difference of opinion. I think residential should be included because there's needs. So
Well,
I
I'm-
don't want to
I'm-
limit
okay.
it. So I'm just saying. as
That's
far
how
as-
that's how I remembered the work session. But
Yeah, and then in the work session, I also stated I think residential should be part of it. So I'm
Okay.
making it clear.
But
Residential, in my opinion, should be a part of the agreement that they can apply for it and move down that road. Now, like I said, I'm one person on the council, and when they present their application, whoever's on the council at the time might disagree with me, but I'm a strong believer that there is reasons in residential areas.
But I thought the language that was in there was good. It gave a guide that this is primarily what we want it for, but it left it open. I think that's what the council kind of encouraged them to do. I was really happy with the language, the way it came.
To me, the whole thing, it's just a guide.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
the council still has the opportunity and option to make.
I just didn't want
allow
it stated
residential.
that we are against residential because I'm not.
No, that's
And-
fair.
and so-
That's just how I kind of left it, and I understand that that it is an option. That's fine. Let me give my last question, then I'll give up the floor here for a minute. It looks like the city would not typically be the applicant in any case. It would typically be if the city felt like a developer should apply for that, they would have that developer, that landowner be the applicant, but the city would not be an applicant, or is that not exactly right? The city could be the applicant.
It would always be the landowner.
Always the landowner. So, I mean, it's just not necessarily a tool though for the city if they are the landowner. This is a tool that the city would say is available if it made sense for a landowner
for a
to
private
bring
landowner,
forward.
correct.
Okay.
Yep, the city has.
I just
much
wanted to
better
clarify that.
financing tools available that they could do to develop land. This just gives the private sector the ability to get tax exempt financing through this
Mhm.
mechanism.
Okay. Thanks, Marcus.
Does that help? Oh,
So Marcus, may I? So under the, it said listed below are services and improvements which Washington City PIDs may not provide. And the very last one said infrastructure for housing developments that are intended for primary residential use.
So it does say that, and Rusty might be able to clarify. on
I
that, 'cause we
think that needs to
discussed it.
change unless you can prove me otherwise.
Either Rusty or I could take that. And I think that that's an effort to accommodate what you were hoping to see, but not receive PIDs that are just for residential developments. So for instance, if somebody on any one of these projects that are bringing in, they would prefer to push off that residential, the cost of the development to a future property owner. That's what we're looking to avoid. So that, I think that section was probably in at my request to say, one of the things that you brought up was maybe we're looking for some vacation homes, or somebody wants to do something that feels a little more commercial in nature. But again, we can strike that language. It's just, we're trying to give a guide. And if we're really not wanting to do primarily residential projects, we kind of want to give people that indication at some point.
Well, I understand what you're saying. I always get nervous when we put in here, they are not provided, because 5 years down the road, we might be talking about it here, but a different council or someone might read this and be like, yeah, you can't do it no matter what. That's how when I read that, it was like, no matter what, no residential. So maybe it's standard single family residential. I don't know. Is there some kind of language that we can do to help?
Could say are discouraged or
Not
something like
preferred.
that, not
Have a
preferred.
not preferred section and then a not provided.
Less.
I could see an applicant reading that as well, to your
Less
point,
than
and
equal.
or
We
the
want-
staff saying.
Yeah, we
this
want
is
them
what
to
it
read that.
says.
So if that's not what we're intending to do, then we got to let them know that, because our intention would be, if it's just a residential subdivision that you're doing, this probably isn't the right tool for you.
But I see larger scale development, like typically this is intended for PCD developments, that they should be able to have an option to look at this when they're doing multiple aspects to their development. There's residential, there's commercial, there's all sorts of different things. And so I just don't want it to say they're not provided. So I think we need to rework that language a little bit there.
Okay, and Councilman Staley, to your point of this being a kind of a form, or we did customize this based on the feedback that we got from the council, and there may be a little bit of a disconnect there with that, but there are a few points, and I can point those out. One being that first part that talks about our intent or the framework for economic development. That kind of gives some direction of how we would like that. The second thing we did was we wanted to give some examples, and that was actually taken from something from another state. And that's because it's a new tool, and we get a lot of questions, and people don't always understand the difference between public infrastructure and something that's not public. Does a public swimming pool, what's a bad use and what's a good use of this tool? And so that was intended to give some examples, and then also to articulate and further guide applicants as to, we really want this to be used not on primary, which was my understanding, primary residential, because of that additional tax that it causes. So, and that could be for the span of, well, it's typically 30 years, but it could be up to 40 years, right? So that as those homes turn over, if somebody isn't staying for 40 years, that's an additional tax levied on that residential. And that's where we've seen problems in other states when it's in residential, but we can certainly allow for it, because I think that makes sense. So we can adjust that. And then the last thing we did is we set the mill rate. We set 2 mill rates, so that you can still go beyond that. But the mill rate is 10 for, I think we set it at 10 for commercial, and then we put it at 4 for residential. So that's another effort to kind of discourage the use of large scale or for residential. And you're right, it would have to be large, just the way the bonding works. It would have to be a significant development.
Is that pretty standard in other areas that have PIDs of those mill rates?
And I think, and I apologize, I think that might have escaped that wording there, because I think the intent was we're trying to discourage the small people that have maybe 30, 40, 50 residential units saying, hey, this may be a tool for us. I can guarantee you it's not going to be an economic,
And-
there's so many
and-
costs associated with it. It wouldn't make sense. These are for master plan type residential communities, similar to like a Daybreak or something along those lines, where there's so much cost associated. It makes it much more efficient versus, $2-3 million type project.
My recollection is you said that very specifically before, that it is not for those, it's not logical for a smaller, so.
And I think that's how I interpreted that wording, because so I apologize that I could see how it could be interpreted for every.
The other thing that we considered was, I looked at the last 8 years of of permits pulled, and 98% of them are for residential and about only 2%. So we're definitely a bedroom community with a need to bring in some commercial. This PID policy can also be changed. So as the circumstances change, we can allow to make amendments to this policy. So we can do that now or at a later date, whatever the council wishes.
So I'm going to take this a little different direction. After your last visit, Marcus, I did extensive reading, studying. And the one thing that I kept running through my mind is that this is initiated by the property owner, but the end user is the one that has to pay for it.
Right.
And in every sense, in my logic and in the way that I look at public, personal finance, there seemed to be something wrong with that. I do understand the need for a PID, and I do understand that there may be a specific purpose, but it would have to be, the demand for it would have to be absolute for me to sign off on that. But I do appreciate the need that we have to have a PID on the books so that we can have a way to move forward. But having said that, I think again, the commercial definitely needs to be the emphasis, and then the exact right project before I would feel good about it, just for public declaration.
Well, and can I ask on that thought there, the idea is yes, they would be paying more, but it's easier for them to pay that than pay the initial cost for all of the infrastructure they have to be put in. And, so.
Becomes a
I mean, if I-
financing tool. You're
Yeah,
right.
I mean, if I am buying, I would rather stretch it over a long period of time than the initial cost. And it might be something that, somebody doesn't really recognize, but in reality, that's.
Which is why it works for a business and not necessarily for residential, because it's just a totally different model.
But it helps get more infrastructure in.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's essentially what the tool is. I mean, that's how I look at it, is you can get more infrastructure in with the same dollars that they're going to spend.
And the upside is probably maybe more amenities.
But you can't use it for pools and stuff, but they can take the money that they were going to spend on that. I mean, I don't know. It's just an option. Depends on what the developer decides, but I look at it as they can extend their money using cheaper financing.
Right.
Because
this
that's
is
the
just,
key.
This is just the tool. They're going to come and ask you about this anyway. So you might as well have something on the books
Yeah.
so that when they come in, you're ready for it and you're not getting frivolous questions, because you're giving some guidance to what they're going to do. But I agree with, this is probably very timely for us. And I actually think you're going to see some people using this, and to the benefit of the city, because I think it's going to bring in some cases better commercial projects.
We actually have a commercial project that's currently underway that's interested in this and wants to know when this is passed. So, or if it passes.
And I think that's kind of what I would kind of guide the council to. Commercial projects are going to be much easier to analyze. I mean, again, it goes back to who's going to be the end user, right? You don't necessarily, I think, need to protect a sophisticated business investor that may be buying into a commercial type project. You want to make sure residents are being treated fairly, that they're getting the value in return, that it's not just going to line a developer's pockets and increase, their profitability there. It should be, and that's why when we do these, particularly when we've done them in Hurricane and other places, the proof of burden is on the applicant to show you the value that he's bringing back into that community using this tool. It's not on you to say, he has to convince you why this is a good deal for the end user. And at the end of the day, that's on them to present that
So
to you.
with the way this is currently written, and I agree with Councilman Ward on this, that I think this is a great tool for primarily commercial projects. It would be a little bit more of a stretch for me to see it. And I'm not saying it couldn't happen, but it would be a little more of a stretch for me to see this make sense in a residential, maybe in a large PCD, PUD, whatever. But I would typically think that someone that's sophisticated that would be able to have the financing, anyway, I'll not go down that road. But the way that this is written, does this accomplish the goal that we need to increase our economic development, our tax base?
Yeah.
Rusty, in your opinion, does it do that?
It does help for the exact reason why Councilman Coates suggested, is that it allows you to it
defer the-
allows developers to access lower cost financing and to build out infrastructure in
And
advance.
I understand how that works, that then the subsequent owners will pay that over a period of time. I get that. Does this also allow on limited cases for residential to come through then, the way that it's written?
It does with that may not line, not primary residential. So if it's not intended for primary residential, so we wanted to allow for vacation homes, or at least something based on what our current market.
I don't know that I want to grease the wheel for vacation homes. And I don't know that we need to grease the wheel on primary homes. I mean, I think we're growing a lot. I see this primarily as a commercial tool.
And I think what's going to
And I get the high cost of initial purchasing. I get it. There's a lot of factors that cause it to be high initially, but I see this as a economic tool for commercial growth.
And I don't think people want to waste money either. As part of this policy, they have to submit a $2,000 retainer to the city to go through the letter of intent.
Plus all the subsequent costs.
Exactly. And so that's something I think is going to be very clear to people that, I don't think you're going to be getting somebody trying to do these small developments, or, kind of piecemeal. If any residential comes through, it's probably going to be something that you're already aware of, and it's probably going to have a magnitude that, incentivize them to at least, go through this process and try to get it. But I would say you're probably going to get a lot more commercial based off this conversation, based off the ordinance that you're adopting, kind of encouraging that commercial and economic growth within your community. And so that's kind of my take on it, and just based off this alone, that's kind of where I would see the direction going. Is commercial people will look at this as a viable tool. Residential, they're going to have to really brainstorm and say, if I don't have a reason, I don't want to waste $2,000 just to get told no.
I thought it was a good document. As I went through it, I could see that you had incorporated the items that we had talked about, and they came in there. I know we kind of we talked about some language that was in there, and if Councilman Coates wants to take a stab at a motion that kind of modifies that or softens the purely for the case of like maybe extending it out 20 or 30 years, that doesn't apply to us right now, I don't think, but maybe some creative developer, I just still don't think so. But I like the way it is, especially because as you read through it, it's educational. It helps you understand the city's position, what they want to do. And I thought it was good. I appreciate the effort you put in and the way you incorporated the items that we brought forward.
So Rusty, this is just my last comment. Going forward, I think that's something that would give me some peace of mind, is that during that process, it's like when you sit down and you close on a property or a home and you get in those closing costs. It's very important to me that they understand up front what those would be. And I know we can say, yeah, they know what it is, but when you consider affordability and all those type of things, it's very important that they understand up front that if they do buy within this PID, that these fees or charges is going to be required of them. And I understand that there's ways to do that, but in my mind, I just would really want to make sure that they know what those are and what their obligations are.
Go ahead, Russ. No, you got it.
I was gonna, so there is a provision upon closing documents that there has to be a separate color sheet that explains that. So any property that's purchased, so that we try to mitigate against that, against the unwary buyer. But again, and to your point, Councilman Coates, using this in a residential would allow you from a developer perspective to put in roads and sidewalks and get all of that in. But at some point, the residents are going to say, well, why am I paying this extra tax? And if you point to a road, everybody uses the road or everybody uses the park. So it gets a little tricky. There are some developments in other areas that we looked at where they had, an expanded park or, it has to be really, you have to be able to point to an amenity, a public amenity that, again, it's public, so everyone gets to use it, but something that's allowed in that neighborhood that justifies that additional tax, which is why I thought that was the.
They'll have to point to the value.
Yeah, and I get that. So I'm going to give a stab at this since Councilman Ward thought I should give a stab.
Let's do it.
Can I make a comment before you?
I'm not going to make a motion.
Okay.
I'm going to make a stab at some language.
Dang it. I was hoping you'd make a motion.
Well, go ahead first, Council.
If you're okay with that, if I were to make a motion, I would strike the word primary from the bottom of page 5, not intended for residential use. I don't want this to be used for like residential or vacation rentals or any other types of any residential use. Here's the situation. You have a developer who takes advantage of this tool to lower his upfront costs, and it may help the first buyer to get in there a little cheaper. But then there's a 20, 30, however many year additional cost or tax on this owner's property. First owner then sells it to the second owner at market value. Second owner buys it at market value, and then he's still absorbing, the owner is still absorbing this cost that continues on and on and on. Whereas maybe the first owner then has cashed in on market value, and unless they're really savvy with due diligence, they've got an ongoing tax on their property that
You're talking residential.
on residential. So to me, the one change I would make to the document is I would just strike the word primary from the bottom of page 5. And I would vote for it. No questions asked, and thank Rusty and Marcus for their hard work.
So one thing about this document, it creates a district, which is a type of governmental division. We have the mosquito abatement district. As a result of its creation, its boundaries are defined, and it has a line item on your property taxes every year. We have the school district. We have the waste district for the landfill. So this would be another one of those line items that would apply only to the properties that are within its boundaries. And so notice of the expense will be of public record. The creation of the district will be recorded, the existence of it against all the legal descriptions, and there will be recorded. Whether the advisors in the closing or in a due diligence inform someone of that is always a question. But this isn't like utility rates that aren't known unless you go ask about them at a closing, right? They're not disclosed at the closing, how much your electricity costs compared to some other utility. This will be an actual district, and its creation and its existence and its fee structure will be of county record.
I'm going to push back on you just a little bit. I mean, you're absolutely right. The problem is, as we've seen, we have one of these districts in our community, and 20 years later, the residents are calling on a weekly basis, wondering when this is going to be done. Why am I still paying for this? Why didn't the developer pay for this at the beginning?
See,
that's my issue.
And
is
I
watching it
understand,
happen.
that, but I disagree, because that helped get that subdivision off the ground. It would have been a lot harder to get off the ground than to add a small tax. And
It's
still
fine.
a tax.
Make an attempt at some language. Let's see.
Okay,
Let's see if we can agree on it.
I'm gonna need some help from Seg Miller over there to see, because I'm no wordsmith, but what my thought process was on, it said listed below are services improvements which Washington City's PID may not provide. Where are you? Just the top heading of top of 5, end of page 5. Just that's what it reads exactly, and then it has bullet points of what? Page 5. Bottom of page 5. But what my thought process is, list those items, and then underneath that, put the applicant may apply for residential use, some nature at their own risk or something. I don't know.
It must defend vigorously that I didn't know it would.
So I'm no wordsmith, but I just don't want to cut it completely and say, nope, we can't do it. But if they can provide a case, I heard of a case that made perfect sense on an infrastructure where I think you might have presented, where there was 2 subdivisions, and in between was the land that they needed, and they were developing the other end, but the city decided, hey, we want to improve that road full width right now. Like,
how about residential? Residential not encouraged, but reviewed on a case by case basis, which is exactly what you're doing anyways, and at least gives them at least tells them they gotta be ready to defend it.
And that's all I'm asking for, is that if they can defend it, because we just don't know what's going to come. But see, I look at it as,
I'll probably still disagree with it, but that's fine.
Well, we can all disagree, right? But I'm sitting here going,
No, I get it.
I wouldn't mind paying a little tax. Like, I'm going to give an example of how I wouldn't mind it. Say all of the fields was owned by one person and they did a master plan community. I wouldn't mind paying a little bit of tax to have Washington Fields constructed from start to finish full width, instead of piecing it together as we go down. It drives me nuts that our road goes in and out because it's just being pieced together. I would pay a little tax to have a full build road all the way through my development. So that's just an example that I think of, and it's all residential. So there, I just think we got to provide an option of it.
I think we got to provide a motion.
Let me just make one comment before that happens. So my concern is if we include the residential, there's going to be a lot of people that will make an attempt of it, which will take city resource and time to identify each one of those applications. And maybe that's what we do. But I do think the language needs to be very defining that there's only a very small percentage that will qualify as residential. I think it is as I said, a commercial tool, but I think we need to identify it so that we don't overextend our.
I'm going to make a stab at the motion then. I'll make a motion. We approve item 11C for the PID economic the ordinance adopting the public infrastructure district policy PID as outlined with the change on paragraph under section 2. I'm going to say third paragraph for the items not listed, provided this, and make a change to the infrastructure for housing developments that are intended not for residential, but may be applied for on a case-by-case basis.
I'll second that. Councilman Ward, seconds.
Okay, I do have a motion and a second. Roll
Bundy,
call
aye.
vote.
Bundy, aye.
Votes aye.
IVI.
Ward, aye.
Staley, nay. I don't think we need to grease the wheels on growth. I just don't think we need to push those costs tax forward to future owners. Nay.
Was I
Okay.
clear on that?
That's approved 4-1.
I think the intent's clear.
Okay.
So, thanks, everybody.
Move on to item 12, consideration to approve a resolution amending the Washington City Council protocols, policies, and procedures. Turn the time to Councilman Ward.
So we had some discussion on this. There was some concern that the two documents were separate, and some of the documents that kind of look like they should apply to the meetings were actually in the other document. Really appreciate our city attorney going through this and just combining those. I think it reads well. I think it's more instructive. And if there's any questions or discussions.
I'd like to ask manager and attorney. So what did I see the few edits? They were just minor edits, clarifying edits. And you're welcome for reminding you that we have two documents.
Yeah, I think you started this task.
I didn't mean to actually have them combined, but here we are. So my question is, did we omit anything or just combine the documents?
If there was any omission, it was a word that was there that was awkward,
wordy, that didn't make sense.
Replaced. Nothing was of content or structure was omitted. That just wasn't an editing type change to get the wording in there.
And Councilman Ward, it was just adding that, clarifying outside boards and commissions. And I know that's been something that's been on his mind. And also adding the use somewhere I saw of, let me read this. City letterhead should be used by council and commission members only to communicate official city positions as approved by the council or commission and not the views of individual members. Official city positions are determined after discussion and decision in a regularly noticed meeting. It's not that I have a real big problem with this. I do remember our discussion being that if a council member wanted to use the letterhead and sign it his own name, that I thought that was kind of the consensus, but
There was
important to you.
a suggestion that came up, city manager Reds, you know, if we get to that point and council members need that there may be even the possibility of adding a council individual letterhead to set that on. But again, as we talked about the duties, responsibilities, and even the powers of council members, it really just doesn't extend to speaking for the city. And I think it helps clarify that in that way. But I thought it was a good compromise if we needed to have some kind of a specific to a council member.
And can you just briefly, if I read, can you just kind of speak to your 9.4.8, just kind of where you're going there? It says this is outside boards and commissions. The city is represented by both elected officials and employees on boards and commissions that are not established by city, that are established by outside agencies or groups. Are not essential.
Where are you reading that,
So I'm
Councilman?
on 9.4.8. There are some commission, I'm just thinking out loud. I'm sorry, I'm gonna keep reading this. There are some committees that are within the city. Official Washington City representative on outside, oh, that's clear, outside boards and commissions. Official Washington City representation on outside boards and commissions are filled by the mayor with approval. Is it, does our ordinance say with advice and consent, or does it say approval? Is that the right verbiage there? It seems to me that
You're talking for committee
for
assignments?
committee assignments, does the mayor make the recommendation with advice and consent of the legislative body? It seems like that might be a little more clear. I know that's the case with
I know the
a planning
practice.
commission, and that's the verbiage in the code.
Yeah, the practice has been, the mayor says, this is my proposal, and then the council ratifies it. I don't believe the mayor.
I think it's written differently in a couple of places.
I don't believe the mayor is required to get the council vote to make these appointments, that that's an executive function.
I do actually think it is. In most of the places in the city governance, I think it does say that the mayor appoints and the council advises, although there's a couple of places where
That's
is
for offices
slightly
and
different.
positions within the city government. This is for representation on outside boards and commissions.
Right.
I still think.
So does the
Yeah, I still think it does
the
too.
mayor get approval, or does the mayor get advice and consent?
The practice has always been the mayor tells you his proposal, and then he asks the council to ratify his proposal.
what's
So
the
that's
proper
advice and
verbiage?
consent.
Advice and consent?
That's recommendation with advice and consent. So that's what the practice has been.
Okay.
And
Aren't
that's
there a
been my
couple-
understanding is those are an executive function and that's a delegated authority. But then since each individual council member doesn't actually have any authority in that other than the standard vote, that then they are voting to actually appoint to do for that position. So it's the working of the
So
two.
either
it's
do we
those two-
say
it's those
filled by the
two
mayor with approval of
bodies
the
actually-
council, or do we say recommended by the mayor with advice and consent of the council? That's my question.
Which section are you on?
9.4.8, it's the orange verbiage. So I'm on paragraph, or the second sentence, official Washington City representation on outside boards and commissions are filled by the mayor. I don't think they're, I mean, I would say
think
something
that's-
like.
It's my understanding that they are actually filled by the mayor. If the mayor didn't want to actually do them himself, he could do that. That is because he is the executive of the city. He could fill those. He's handing that.
I don't know that we have any specific code, but we do have sort of these policies that guide that. And so I guess
Commissions are filled by the mayor. So I kind of read that to say the mayor fills that role with the approval of the council, but typically he makes assignments to the council with.
Or ratified or voted on.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to make sure that sentence is saying what we're meaning. And I agree. Let's go to the next sentence. The list is kept of official appointments and will be reviewed yearly for changes or adjustments. Okay, a staff member or elected official who serves on any board or commission without being officially appointed by the city serves in a personal capacity only and should not represent that their comments, attendance, or service are in any way representative. That's fine. So you're saying that the only time you're representing the city is if you are recommended by the mayor and approved by the council, correct? Official Washington representative.
So I thought the only ones that had to be approved by the council were like certain committees.
So
Like,
there are
isn't there
some
one that
committees like
you're
the
on?
mosquito abatement that by their ordinance has to be ratified by that. But again, you're looking at the actual power structure of the city and the actual duties and responsibilities of each council member. No council member really has any power outside of their vote.
No,
In this case, the mayor is appointing, the entire council is voting, and so that is where that position actually has power. And the way it functions the best is that they're basically carrying the message, or they're carrying the will of the council entirely to that body and then reporting back, which I think we've got some good examples of that, you being one of them. I love hearing your updates on the waste treatment.
Mr. Segmiller, the first sentence does not make a lot of sense to me. It says there are groups that represent the city, but they establish themselves, and that doesn't resonate with me. How do you represent the city? I can create a group out there and I represent the city. That doesn't.
Are you in 9.4.8?
The first sentence.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? I mean, and then it goes on to discuss how, how the mayor may appoint someone and approval by the council, but the city is represented by both elected officials and employees on boards and commissions that are not established by the city, but are established by outside agencies or groups. So somebody outside is going to establish a group and they're representing the city. I don't see how they could be representing the city unless they.
So it's
are
just, it's
given-
basically just saying that in some cases, these are like the waste treatment is not represented by the city. But it is staffed by elected officials or by people
Okay.
who we are sending there to represent us in those capacities.
If I may give you a good
That
example,
were-
Mike Shaw sitting on the MPO.
Yeah.
I think is what you're talking about. Maybe there's some committee like that, maybe. He's a city employee, but he sits on this committee that he kind of represents the city, but
I could read it either way, but
I know.
it certainly doesn't make it clear that that's what it is.
So,
I don't really have a big hang up with it, but it just seems like.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to take a stab at modifying that so that you feel it reads better, I would be open to that.
And so just to kind of circle the wagons here, this is just looking at representation on what we've always called committee assignments, which is outside boards or commissions. It's not the inside boards or commissions of the city. So it's not the Employee Appeals Board. It's not the Historic Preservation Commission. You know, our ordinance, the only ordinance that specifies is the Preservation Commission, which says the commission shall consist of a minimum of 5 members with a demonstrated interest or competence or knowledge in historic preservation, appointed by the mayor.
Is that the
Right.
historic?
That's the Historic
Yeah.
Preservation Commission. And so
Which
we've
we don't
got
have.
we've got a lot of different
No,
appointments.
we
that
will next week.
Yeah, we've got a lot of different appointments that we do.
Historic preservation.
We also have to appoint to fill vacancies sometimes. And so this isn't dealing with all of those appointments. This is just talking about committee assignments outside. It's my legal opinion that the mayor doesn't have to seek the council's authority for that, but because the assignments themselves are for you, the practice has always been, let's talk about this. Let's make sure everybody's got an assignment and wants to serve. And then when they do, we ratify it. That's been the practice. That's been the best practice to enfranchise everybody in the assignments that they have. We can write it however you want it to be written.
So
that's interesting. You would say just appointed by the mayor.
For outside committee assignments to represent the city, yes. Yeah, I don't think there's any ordinance that requires that the council have to approve those.
So I have a couple of comments about 9.4.8. The first thing that comes to mind is that we wouldn't want to ever suggest that serving on outside boards and commissions that would benefit the city shouldn't be taken by a council member, because there's a lot of boards and commissions. Let me give you one example as I read through this. So I was assigned by the mayor to serve on the Legislative Policy Committee. When I got there, I was asked to serve on the Land Use Task Force. So a lot of this, I wouldn't want to have to come back and try to address, well, let me let you know and talk about it. Now, in common sense, you say legislative policy, land use task force is a subsidiary of that, and it would be accepted. But my concern is that, we have to be at the table to be fed in any of the boards or committees that we have. And I think that's well illustrated throughout all of our duties. But the concern that I have with 9.4.8 specifically is that I wouldn't want anyone to feel like that they would be criticized or looked at critically if they were involved in committees outside, because they are still citizens, not just council members, but they're citizens and they have that right. And to simply identify yourself, like I'm on a board where a lot of times I am a citizen on a board that's outside of Washington City. And so I'm asked my opinion. Well, a lot of my opinion and thoughts are directed and crafted by my experience as a city council member. And so you can make a blanket comment and say, all my comments are made as an individual, but yet as a council member, that's how you're going to be recognized, whether or not you ask for that recognition or not. I think that it's an important part of our commitment as council members to do all that we can to invest in the city and in every way that we can. And that's just a concern of mine for that specific paragraph.
And I think you're okay in that regard because you have assignments that the mayor has given you and you fill those as a city council member. And you've had other boards or committees that have approached you to serve on that. And I think as long as that happens for any of us, as long as we say, look, this is not an assignment I've been given by the mayor, but I'm happy to serve here, but not as an official council member. I think that's fine. And I think there is representation, but I think what the councilman's saying is you shouldn't represent it. Here's the change that I would make, and I'm going to follow it with a motion. I think that second sentence, and it's probably not perfect English, so councilman or council segment, if you need to fix it, you'll know my intent. I would just say this on the second sentence in 9.4.8, official Washington City representation on outside boards and commissions are assigned by the mayor, period, striking the rest of that sentence. And I'll make a motion that we approve.
As it's my item, I'd kind of prefer to make the motion. If you would, if you wouldn't mind.
If you would like to, but that I think is consistent with what legal counsel has said, is that outside boards and commissions are assigned by the mayor, period.
It's a difference in the structure. It's frankly, in the tradition of the body. It's new information that I haven't had, up until, we've been discussing this for quite some time. It's new information at this point. I'd like to have us continue with the tradition of the body. If a future council decides they want to modify that, I think that would be fine. I'm going to speak back to Councilman Ivy's comment there. I think the only difference, and I think the only thing we're really talking about, is just making it clear to other boards when and where you do officially represent the city and when and where you do not officially represent the city, for clarity purposes only. So
I don't have a problem with that, with the practice, with the first of the year, we review assignments. And the mayor says, I'd like to do that, but I also don't want to say that the council would hold, if you're the mayor, I wouldn't want them to hold you hostage on, you can't do these, you can't make these assignments.
Well, let me make an argument for the other way. Let's say somebody just is passing the mayor in the hallway and says, hey, there's this thing that I would like to do. And the mayor's busy or he's doing whatever. And he says, yes, sounds good. And he's thinking, yes, that sounds good. Let's talk about it later.
Yeah.
And that individual's thinking, well, gosh, I'm just assigned to that. That's my deal now. So we're asking the staff to actually keep a list of these assignments.
We already do.
Well, and yes, and we're making.
What
that
are we
official
really
in there.
changing then from the practice
I
that
think
we
it's
already
just
have?
clarification. I think it's just clarification.
And is it
in here.
necessary?
I believe so. I mean, it's been something we've discussed in here. We've had some differences. I think it's been a beneficial discussion. And so that's why I put it there. So
Yeah.
I'll take a stab at a motion here, just because of the clock. Yeah,
My legal opinion is per technicality of the law. I don't think the mayor has to get legislative approval to give executive appointments. I think the best practice is to do so because the appointments are the legislative body, and it makes a lot of sense to include them in those assignments.
And I think it's beneficial in that, especially because that individual is then representing the council as well. And you're going to go out, you're going to come back. That's the hope that we have that back and forth. Anyways, I'm going to take a stab at a motion here and we'll see if we can get bring it to a vote. A motion that we approve the amendments to the resolutions amending I make a motion that we approve the resolution amending the Washington City Council protocols, policies, and procedures as currently written.
So can I ask for clarification? Are we abandoning the other two documents at this point?
Yeah, I mean, they would be, in some cases, they were duplicated already. We would have now a triplicate in some cases, but for sure a duplicate. So this is, so picture this, a council member wants to know about what they want to do instead of having to guess like which one of those two documents do I need to go to look at? Because in some cases you could go to the meetings document and the actual information you needed wasn't in the meetings document. It was in the other document. You could think, well, oh, I've read over that. I'm up to date with what it is. I really like kind of the guidance and leadership from our legal attorney to say like, let's just put it together so you don't have to guess where you're going to go for it.
If you look
That's
at the
what I-
resolution, the third document in your packet, paragraph 1 is a repealer. You'll see that it repeals 2 resolutions from '08. Those are the 2 separate documents that kind of started the conversation. It also repeals your resolution recently amending one of those. And so this would repeal all of those 3 by combining them all into the new document.
So I have a motion on the table. Do I have a second?
I'll second that motion.
I have a motion and a second. We'll do a roll call vote.
Bundy,
Or
aye.
down here.
Sure, absolutely.
So I'm gonna vote nay, but I'm just gonna tell you why. Is I appreciate the work that's been done on combining the documents. I mean, I don't totally love all of the information on all the documents. I appreciate your work, Councilman Ward, but I just, in good conscience, I don't feel like I can vote against our legal advice on 9.4.8. So Staley, nay.
So clarification, our legal advice was
Legal advice to me, the way I understood it, is that while this has been practice, this is not the executive, the mayor has the authority to make assignments. And I like the way the current practice is, to where the mayor brings it to the council for ratification, approval, whatever you want to call it. But I don't feel like this needs to be something where the legislative body would feel like the mayor has to do that in that way. So I'm not trying to speak for you, legal counsel, but the way I understood is that this is not necessary.
Yeah, so as a matter of law school theory, does a mayor have to get legislative approval to make executive appointments to outside committees? My answer is no.
That's my basis for nay.
As a matter of practice, I think that it's a good practice to include the legislative committee on the assignments which the mayor is going to appoint them to. I think where this issue is getting caught up here is it reads are filled by the mayor with the approval of the city council. And I think what Councilman Staley is saying is that puts a limit on the mayoral authority.
Okay, so just another question then. So sorry, my question is, but us as a council can make that change. I mean, it's just us bringing in another level.
Right.
Of, yes, that is the protocol, but we're saying we want to go another higher level to look at these, is how I
Correct.
looked at it.
Correct. If the council adopts this,
Then that's the protocol.
It's your protocol and policy until you change it.
Just like we do with our liquor laws. Our liquor laws this is the state code, but we have a stricter law. So that's how I'm looking at it. Is it's
Yeah,
just one of
so
those
if you
things.
pass this, your policy and protocol by resolution will be that the mayor appoints and seeks your approval.
So I see this as the legislative body taking away, executive authority from the mayor. I really do. I realize by practice, and I think it's good practice, that the mayor makes the appointment and that he brings it forward, but I've never seen anybody say no to what the mayor brings forward on committee assignments. Maybe it has happened. I haven't seen it.
Well, so I'm going to continue the vote here because we've been we're in this. We've done this for ages, and we keep finding little pieces that we disagree with or we don't want to. This fits with the tradition that the mayor has established, and I think it adds a lot of clarification and help to the body in general. Ward, aye.
Because of council's advice and that it would discourage outside council participation in community boards and commissions, emphatically nay.
Goats aye.
Bundy, aye.
All right, it passes 3-2. Move on to our reports from assigned committee. Anything to report from your assigned committees?
Mayor, I just will speak quickly about the youth council that participated in the events of July 24th. They were at the Covington Mansion and took tours and were dressed in traditional dress and participated as they always do. A great job. And also we had some update on the American Rescue Plan directory or treasuries updates on some of their frequently asked questions. I'd be happy to share that out if council or anyone would like to have that, but I know staff has the same document, so they're aware. So this would just be for staff if you're interested.
Anybody else? We'll move on to city manager report.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to be brief. I appreciate you mentioning the city staff and the good work that they did for the 24th of July, the Pioneer Day celebration. it was my first one and I quite enjoyed it. It was really, really fun thing to be a part of. A couple things I'll mention. I think everybody recognizes the monsoon moisture that we had this week. Washington had 1.35 inches of rain, at least as far as I can tell. It was probably different in different areas. Our storm drain system worked very well with that much rain, and I think the staff did a great job. They were out cleaning storm drains, and we had very minimal flooding as a result of that. Unfortunately, Cedar City had 2.85 inches, so they had more than double the amount of rainfall in the same amount of time that we did. And where our systems were able to hold what we got, their systems were not able to hold theirs. So that certainly could happen to anybody at any time. We did send a couple of firefighters to help pump water from basements in Cedar City, and then we left a couple of large pumps with them that they've since returned, but they appreciated that help. And I think it was a good thing for the city to do. And really that was at the request of our attorney, and the mayor approved that. So I think it was really good cooperation between cities. One last thing, I have been in contact and working with Will Barnes. He's with Studio BPG, the architect who worked on our downtown mixed use master plan. And we're working on getting a proposal for the Washington Fields commercial guidelines. So that is moving along. I hope to have something next week on that and present that to the council at the next meeting. We're working on sort of like we're building the bicycle as we're riding it. As you can see, we could have a commercial development come at any moment, but Will has also, if that's a direction that we intend to go, he's willing to help people sort of meet the intent of what the council wants to do, even if we haven't finished the process fully. So I think it's a pretty good compromise, and I really like the discussions I've had with him so far and where he wants to go with that. So that's coming up. That's all I have.
Could I ask a couple questions in relation to, we've had the discussion about the secondary water issue or the reuse. Where are we at on that? And also as far as perhaps some ordinances that are in place for some restrictions on future development that would minimize water use?
So the secondary water is still with staff, and they're still reviewing that. I don't know that we have anything additional to report at this time, but it's still moving through the system. I guess the same thing could be said of the landscape standards. I know Mike has had many discussions with the Water Conservancy District. He'd like to see them move quicker on those, but we're trying to get every city together and
Right.
something that everybody can adopt. So
Yeah, I personally, I think whatever we can do, we need to move on those two things as quickly as we can.
A few weeks ago, the city manager with the administrative assistant Shelley planned and prepared a kind of a summit here in this room, brought all the cities and the district together. The mayor was there. And I think our hope was to get something that would have been what Council Bundy is hoping to receive, which is some fairly quick, some fairly, precise measures. I think that summit showed that it's going to be a little harder to get something regional as far as agreement than we had hoped. And so it's still churning. Mike is leading kind of the technical committee between all the cities. The district wants to meet in October to talk about it again.
And I can certainly see that. But I'm just wondering if there's some things that we can do on the interim to at least show, we just need to do something. And so we can't, if we can't come to terms with all other entities, then we need to do something.
I think there are 3 or 4 things in the works, and the secondary water is one of them. The landscaping standards are one issue. Council Seg Miller has worked on a will serve letter. And again, we're trying to do that in conjunction with other communities and with the Conservancy District. So there are 3 or 4 things that are kind of happening in conjunction with each other.
All right. And thank you.
I
We
fielded
appreciate
an interesting call today, right on topic. It was a member of the HOA board of Treasure Valley, and they've got planting strips that are grass. And the individual indicated that they've had some of their residents ask if they can convert those to gravel or some form of non-water using landscape material. And so the HOA board's wrestling with that. I think as a city council, you could adopt a resolution on these points that give instruction to some of these boards and citizens that are out there that says, as a council, we would support converting, parking strips and walking strips from water using to not. And so I think we can, but the effort to make it regional is taking more work. But as far as what you'd like us to do in the city, your instruction and guidance on that, I think we could do. And I think the phone call today, the individual would have, I think that they would find that very useful to have something from the council that says, this is what we favor, this is what we support.
And thank you. I appreciate the staff working on that and the ideas that are being floated around there. So, and I realize they take a little time, but it's very important that we move quickly, as we all know.
Mayor, I've just got one follow-up for, I'm sure this is going to embarrass him, and I'm sorry, but the other night I sent a text to our city manager with a resident's concern of waters that were rising up towards his house. And he's reached back twice since, thanking our city's efforts, not only for Mr. Red's involvement in getting people there, but they were able to clean out the grate. And he felt like his house would have been flooded and others, but he just was so thankful and just wanted to, I just wanted to express that out because, you know, those little things that we do as elected representatives and for, you know, working for the city are so important for the quality of lives of our residents. But he was very thankful. I'm not going to mention his name because he doesn't know that I'm doing this, but thank you for that. And for all those that went out in the rain and got that grade unplugged and got the water flowing again.
Councilman Ivey, I had a conversation with a citizen this week, and the topic was legal related, but the side note was, I saw your fire chief out there kicking out, you know, cleaning out drains in the middle of the storm, right? And I think that that type of comment is representative of the type of people that work for the city. We've got department heads that clean out grates just like everybody else. And
No, I appreciate that. I had to make some calls too because of other areas in the, I mean, behind my house was one that was getting inundated and the staff was there and got it flowing again. So it was definitely grateful by all the staff. So I hope you represent that in your staff meeting to your department heads that the staff was on point and they were on, it was after hours and they worked hard to get it.
Thank you. We will, and that's appreciated. Thanks.
I can share this, being on the Water Conservancy District Board of Directors, that we are looking at ways to actually give you credits if you take out some of your landscaping, not only residential, but businesses in that nature. And, you know, it just gets hung up in, you know, government. That's the right word to say, but we are working on that, and we're just trying to figure out how to maybe it shows up on your bill, like, you know, landscape credit or something. And so they are working on it. We are working on it. So thank you for that information. And we do have a need to go to a closed session to discuss the purchase, exchange, or lease of property. So I'll entertain a motion to adjourn to the.
So made by Councilman Bundy.
Seconded by Coates.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Let's take a 5-minute break.